Hello. Hello, hello, hello. My goodness. Give me a second. Let me fix the volume thingy here. Okay, so, um, we. I guess I shouldn't start with this. I should probably wait before I do that. Hold on. Let me get my straw in. Okay. Okay. So, I'm probably going to talk about it over the course, like, a few times. Probably too many times over the course of the weekend. But, we did get the end of year letter. It happened around a day after last year's. I was expecting it around that time, obviously. I was a bit scared to get into it. You know, I put it off for a while. It's a scary thing. The last 2 years have been kind of frightening. But also, as I mentioned last week, I kind of reacted disproportionately to those years, and so I delved into this one after a bit. uh, and it was kind of what I expected, you know. So the difference being is that this year they had the letter be written by three, you know, members of ZOS, three high-ranking members, which I thought was a very good idea. So they had, like, each one give different perceptions, different discussions on the year in general, and how people reacted to things and whatnot. As I'm sure you guys know, though, I really like this year, and I think I liked it better than last year. I think last year was good, but I felt like in some places it was kind of lacking. I didn't like have the I didn't have like the plot excitement, I guess, for last year that I had for this year, which is very strange because you'd assume that, like, you know, a story about a Daedric prince would be a lot more compelling. And so, okay, well, it's not really the I feel like last year's story was better than this year's story, but last year's world building was not as good as this year's world building. And world building is everything to me, so...
Better overstocked than under.
I mean, obviously I liked both years. There really isn't a year I didn't like. The only year I felt like the most, what would be the word? Underwhelmed with would be probably 2022. 2022's like story was kind of underwhelming, a little bit predictable, and at a time like that, you expect the overworld to kind of like make up for it, or maybe like the gimmick of the year to kind of make up for it. And the delves are good. I like Death's Valor. Death's Valor and the Fire Pot are both pretty good. But like the other ones kind of mesh together for me, and the public dungeons, Spire is really cool, but the other one's kind of lacking. So when it came down to all that, it's like 2022 was, if I had to pick one, the most lacking for me. I think Necron's probably my favorite. Somerset's my second favorite. 2025 might be in the third place. There's something that Solstice brought that other years didn't have. 2022, I guess, kind of brought a similar thing with world building, but its story kind of bogged it down a bit. But Solstice's story is so safe. It plays it so kind of safe so far. Still have one more mission. But it's so safe that I don't think it runs into those hurdles. And I prefer that, I think. How many times are we going to do this? Hi, Leaf. Sorry. Hello, Leaf. I was just talking about the end of year letter. I'm probably going to be talking about it a lot. Sonic's or McDonald's? Fridays is always Sonic. McDonald's is open on Fridays, though. It's kind of a new thing. They stay open. But I can't really think of... Unless Sonic, like, closes or something. I mean, like, for the day. I don't even want to think about otherwise. It's gonna be Sonic. Reminder that Voskrona Guardians count as stone Atronox.
Good to get stocked up.
Voskrona Guardians count as stone Atronox. I formulated a theory about that before I even knew, because I noticed that the totems that the Mire Lurkers or whatever, the totems of Myrgons that they summon are very similar, and they also count. I believe it's also a little bit of a lore hint at the makeup of like the stones of Blackmarsh. That's right, I literally think that an Endeavor is a lore hint. I 100 believe it. 100 believe it. You better 100 believe it. This guy again.
It has been 2 days. Torment me no longer, you sorry excuse for a Daedric prince.
I'm not good enough at math to help him. I mean, I've helped him before. I had Craze help me, though. Anyway, okay, so let's get back to what I was saying. End of year letter, released, I believe, on the 18th. Three different higher-ups at ZOS gave us a letter instead of just one, which I feel like is a very impactful and thoughtful choice. You know me. Anytime these letters come out, I'm always latching on to the hints as to what they're releasing in the future, right? So that's always what I read into every time I read an end-of-year letter. We used to get stuff like, really obvious, no, not obvious, but we used to get very exciting hints, you know? For High Isle, they talked about, like, how we would be, like, going to a land that no one was going to get. Do you guys remember everyone trying to guess what the High Isle, like, cinematic, like, where was that taking us? Like, everyone was guessing. I went crazy. Like, I was studying the map and the cinematic that was horribly made. I don't know who made that. I remember Rich had a stream where he had everyone try and guess where it was going to be, but he said, you guys aren't going to guess it. And then he said this. I remember watching this live. He said it's a place that's only been mentioned once in all of, like, he said it's been mentioned once in ESO, I think, and he's like, and it was this year, which was 2021. This was like in December. And immediately I was like, I think I pretty much put it together immediately. I did have friends talking to me about this, and it backed up their theory. But I don't know. I don't know if I figured this out or if someone pointed me towards it. But there's a book in Blackwood in it's in Fargrave in the Thieves Guild DLC, and it's in Fargrave in the Thieves Outlaws Refuge. My brain is catching up with me today. And in the Outlaws Refuge, there's a book that mentions, I believe, a shipment to a place called High Isle, and I would have caught that back in, like, if I was this, you know, hyper intensive on the game as I was back then, I think I probably would have been very confused about, like, I probably would have found that and been like, what is a High Isle? I don't really think I was as skilled back then as I am now. But other people did put it together, and they were like, check this out, there's a place called High Isle, and then me and, I wish I could remember who it was, me and someone else, and his friend, or their friend, they were, like, all putting together, like, the code, which was SYS, and they were like, oh, we think it means sisters, and I'm like, but what if it means system? What if it's code for something? But eventually, as, like, the hints started coming out with, like, oh, there's this place called High Isle, and it's a place that no one can find, it's like no one can guess it, and at the same time, Sisters is in the code, at least SYS was in the code, and I was like, okay, this is all differently pointing towards the Sisters Archipelago, which I gave in. I was like, yep, that holds up.
Baddies in here. Probably goodies too. Keep an eye out.
Focus on my voice.
This year we had a similar thing where we had a mention of Solstice. It was kind of like random. It almost felt like a mistake because it was like in the anniversary cake or something. But I like to think that Zaz, I mean, they knew what they were doing. They're like, oh, they're gonna guess. You know, they're like, what's a solstice?
You want to die? Fine. You weren't keeping score, were you? Me neither.
Anyway, more things mentioned in the end of year letter. such as, and they just kind of like said this. I don't know. Is this called like burying the lead?
Move it.
Hold on. Hold on, Sharp. Okay, what is burying the lead? Okay, I guess this would work. Yeah, they kind of buried the lead a bit with mentioning, like, they were like, oh yeah, and we're going to be talking about stuff over the course of the year, like, optional overworld difficulty modes. Like, they just said that. They just said optional overworld difficulty modes. Now, I don't know what that means. Like, are there restrictions on it? Will it be specific areas or not? I don't know. But just having, I mean, they knew what they were doing, just dropping that, and everyone's like, what the fuck are you... That's pretty exciting. I'm not really the biggest, you know, beggar for harder overworld, but I think it's very exciting for people. And I'm definitely going to be utilizing it a lot. Some of it confused me. Let me pull it up really quick, okay? I probably have it open in my tabs. Okay, here it is. Okay, so we have, is this Nick Giacomini? Is that how you say his name? I'm not sure. You'll never use it. So Nick is the game director, because I think didn't Rich used to be game director and then he moved to studio director or something? They start out with the letter exactly like I said that they would speak in the letter. You know, he says, as another year in Tamriel comes to a close, I want to start with a moment of honest reflection. This has been a challenging year. While we had high ambitions, we stumbled. The Rising Wall was not the experience we wanted to deliver, or that players deserved. They immediately start talking about the Rising Wall. Again, though, I want to say that I think the Rising Wall was a great idea. Literally, like, yeah, it went on too long. It went on too long, and some stuff should have been communicated better. But, like, I don't think that deserves a constant, like, they're, like, constantly beating themselves up over it. I get it. They want everyone to watch them beat themselves up because they're like, you guys hated it. Ugh. So, yeah. Okay, we're bypassing that. Subclassing introduced and highlighted issues with class identity. I don't... I'm getting really annoying here. Okay, so... way too early for me to start talking about this because, you know, there's almost no one here. But, like, does anyone, like, care about class identity a whole bunch? I particularly do not care as much. Because, like, why... I get that, people who play other MMOs are probably really, really into their classes. Like, oh, I'm a Death Knight or whatever. But, like, ESO gives us the chance to surpass classes by intermingling them if we want. And I don't understand how that's a loss. I don't see how... I get it. Like, it's kind of silly to say I don't see how more options invalidates, like, the world you used to have. It's not... Like, you're getting more options, not less, so why are you complaining? Because I'll admit, yes, subclassing is incredibly strong. It's insanely strong. Compared to, like, basic, regular classing. It is true. But you can still basically regular class if you want. Use certain characters, ESO is so free that you don't think it matters as much as it does at other MMOs. I mean, but here's the thing, though. It's like, if you have a character that's a Templar or a Necromancer, then you just kind of stick to those. You just stick to those things, and no one's forcing you to be any other class. I mean, if you're going to PvP, I get it though. Like, it's a problem probably in PvP, because if you're not subclassing in PvP, or you're trying to like break the leaderboards in PvE for like trials, then you're gonna have to subclass. It does force you to subclass, I guess, on a competitive note. But you can definitely get through the game without having to subclass. You know, like, we've been doing it forever. So I don't know. Previously, we have referred to this year as a transition year, yet I feel like there was not enough transition in meaningful ways, says Nick. I will agree with this. But I agree with it in a totally different way. Like, I feel like he's upset about that, but I'm not really that upset. Basically, I'm fine. Let me chew my food. Okay, we're good. Basically, if we're going to look at the things that changed this year, they're not that enormous. We had 4 dungeons. We had a full zone. I mean, like, it's not really that different from what we generally had during a chapter. And so not a lot changed. It's just kind of the release order changed. So no, it was not like. I feel like a real transition year for ESO is going to involve getting spoon-fed tiny content updates along with massive QOL updates. I don't know if you guys agree, but that's kind of how I see a transition year. I see them like basically giving people enough stuff to keep them occupied. Like, oh, here's so many golden pursuits, you can't even count them all. And then also, here's like a lot more, maybe like a lot more crown sales or a lot more events or things like that to kind of keep the player base padded and staying engaged. And over time, they just drop quality of life updates, and they kind of fix the classes because that's what they want to do. They want to fix the classes to make them more powerful. You don't have to subclass all the time. And so part of me believes that that's what a transition year looks like. Less like big stuff and more balanced stuff. And that's why I feel like this year was not a transition year, because they just really they spent a lot of time on Solstice and the Rising Wall event, and most people probably are very mad at them for that. I am not. I considered it a good thing. I had a lot of fun. I don't know how it was over at ZOS. I don't know if they were crunched or whatever, and if they were crunched, then I don't want them to keep doing this. But if the only thing keeping them from doing what they did in 2025 is a bunch of people, like, bitching about like, class identity, that ticks me off a little bit. Do not clip that. I do not want that to go on record. let that kind of be lost into the infiniteness of my VODs. Players have been asking us to be more transparent and communicate better to provide a more rewarding experience to be more exciting. To address long-standing issues and pain points, to improve combat, class identity, and PvP, and generally make more investment in the core game experience instead of just chasing the next big thing. We hear you, we agree. This is where my heart sank, because, you know, as you can see here, they're talking about, you know, it's like, oh, fix all these things instead of chasing the next big thing. As you know, I'm a big fan of big things. And, like, I don't notice PvP changes. I don't notice combat changes. I don't notice class identity changes. I don't... Literally, unless they get rid of Lightning Dash, I probably won't notice anything. So... It does not... that doesn't exactly fill me with excitement, but we're going to continue. We've talked about change in the past, but there's been a disconnect with the words we've communicated and what we've released subsequently after those communications. Again... This is a reference to them saying, yeah, we said we were going to fix a lot of the core game, and instead we just released a bunch of, like, subclassing and like, a new zone and things. So they're like, okay, we're sorry. Because this is basically saying what we said was going to happen in last year's letter, it did not happen. But that's what excited me so much about this here, though. Is that they did go back on what they said was going to be happening in the letter, because what they said in the letter worried me a lot. So they're basically saying we're going to go back to that. So not exactly exciting for me. We're going to change that moving forward. Fantastic. We hope that you've seen the start of better communication from us, such as the recent class identity refresh deep dive. This is not a temporary goal. We're going to focus more on the core game, transparency, and listening to and incorporating your feedback. Wonderful. It is the foundation of our work and the key to ESO's future. As a content creator, this is not good for me. But we're going to continue. I said this before, but ESO is nothing without you, our players. And we truly believe that by building this game with you, we can make the next decade of The Elder Scrolls Online the best one yet. By the way, that's really cool for them to say the next decade of ESO. I like them being optimistic like that. So, 10 points for that. We know actions speak louder than words, and we'll be addressing a lot of this in more concrete detail on January 7th during our 2026 Reveal livestream, so stay tuned. They are calling it a Reveal livestream with a capital R, and it's January 7th, by the way. I almost fell out of my chair when I read that. That was quite a hit. Because here I am thinking that it was going to end up being like late January at the earliest and April at the latest, and instead it's literally way less than a month. You know, like it's heading right up. I'm completely caught off guard by that. That's probably the biggest news in this. Well, maybe next to the Overland stuff. The Overland stuff's pretty big. Okay, so we're going to move on to executive producer Susan Kath, who I met at the ESO dinner. She's very, very nice and very, very open about learning, about what players wanted to see. I told her that I think that would be cool to have a Marcus Junk hotkey. I think that would be really cool. So, yeah. Yeah, that is really soon. But I'm going to talk about the reveal stream. After I'm done with the letter, I have some things to say about it. Before I get to Susan's portion of the letter, I want to clarify I'm not losing my mind over what was said. That I was going over the, you know, oh, they're not giving us expansions or zones anymore. I'm not doing that. I did that last year. I freaked out the year before that. I'm an adult now. I'm just gonna let things be, I guess. But I can't say I'm excited for what it implies. But I've learned my lesson that I've been wrong in the past, and I've enjoyed some of the changes they've made, which I will discuss later. So I can be a little bit anxious, but I'm not going to do what I did the past couple of years. Because I feel like that was dumb. I want them to scrap the guild stores and add a real auction. Interesting. That would I don't know how that would go. Susan Cass says, we've talked a lot about 2025 as a transition year, and a great deal of that was going on behind the scenes over the last 12 months. A game as massive as ESO doesn't turn on a dime. Over the last year, we've had leadership changes throughout the studio, retooled the team and our development processes, and built out the new season structure and content while planning out the next 5+ years of ESO. That's pretty big right there. Like that's not just saying here's to 10 more years. That's saying we're planning 5 years. Which is always a good thing to see, and also I think it kind of slaps the face of the people who just keep saying the game's dying. It would go terribly, but you're not paying a trade guild so you can sell your extra motifs. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I literally have so many motifs. Part of me is like, I want to give them to noobs like Santa Claus, just hand out like presents, but I can never tell who's an actual noob and who's just on a new character. I'd like to see something that lets people know who's actually new. That's what I want. No one's asking for it, but I would like to see like, oh, this guy's an actual new player if you want to help him out. Kind of like the sprout system or whatever in Final Fantasy XIV. It's like, oh, you know, you can go to this person. They have stuff for you. They have advice. They have gifts. I don't know. After 8 years of yearly chapter releases, woof, that's right. That means rethinking nearly everything from the ground up. Real Strangers are hard work, and it has been roll the sleeves up and get our hands dirty levels of work. But the team is excited. We're all excited to move into this next era. So what are we focusing on next? That's what the 2026 reveal stream on January 6th is all about. Sorry, 7th, not 6th. And we can't we can't wait to put it in front of you and hear your thoughts. We have a lot to cover in this stream, and we'll also follow it up with additional blog posts, streams, and AMAs going deeper on all the big details, which are in caps. Like, it's capitalized, big details, capital B, capital D. We'll also share more details in the following months on the topics we're only able to cover briefly in the show, such as the introduction of optional overland difficulty modes that offer greater challenges and rewards. Yeah, I've been advertising them in general chat. It's been more or less first come, first serve, yeah. I remember once when someone was offering Night Hollow, back when Night Hollow was dropping in like spring of 2021. Or something, and someone said like Transformers or Bakugan or something, and I said Bionicle, and they said, dude, Bionicle's so cool, I'm gonna give you this page for free. That was fun. But yeah. So, give me a second. I can't believe I've been so safe here.
Something on your mind?
I've been standing here forever. I literally almost choked standing here. Let me chew this time, and I will go into what she just said. Okay, here we go. The last part, I think, is very important. So check this out. Susan says, we'll also go and share more details in the following months on topics we're only able to cover briefly in the show. Right? This is a really important thing to say. I wish that everyone's going to read this letter, but they're not going to. I'm probably going to read it on the UESP stream, maybe. But that's a really important thing to say, because this is planning ahead. Susan knows that if they run the reveal stream and they talk about something vaguely during it because they have so much to talk about, they know everyone's gonna like dogpile them and say, why won't you tell us more about the overland difficulty modes? We have so many questions. She already foresees that, and she's like, before we even talk about, like, before we even show the reveal stream, we're going to tell you that we won't be able to talk about it for an extended period of time. You know, we will let you know about it, but we will be telling you stuff over time. This is their method of being more transparent, right? They're literally telling us that they're going to tell us stuff. That's how transparent they're being. The live stream's main topics will be seasons, the new approach to ESO releases that replaces Content Pass. I don't understand what that means. I'm confused about that. Like, what is Content Pass? I mean, like, we just had a season, right? So I don't get what that means. That's one of the things that's confusing me about the season, the new approach to ESO's releases that replaces Content Pass. I mean, it replaced chapters last I checked. but I don't know. Some of the new content we'll be introducing over the first few seasons, which kind of implies that they're going to be letting us, like, they said first few seasons. So unless this is bleeding into 2027, we might get, like, 3 seasons this year. So is a season a quarter or something? I don't know. Like, are they going to do, like, three quarters and, like, skip quarter 2? I don't know how we'll learn. I'm just confused about the timing they have planned for seasons. They said they were going to be like 3 to 6 months. So I'm guessing if we're going to have first few seasons, that means that we're probably going to get 3 this year. They're probably going to be 3 months each. So you can probably expect like a couple dungeons and maybe like a special new event or something, and then it's like some new quest lines drop or something, and then another event. I would keep thinking small. Keep thinking small. Quality of life improvements, class and combat changes, PvP additions, and in-game events changes. This is what they're going to be talking about on the live stream. And very importantly, how we are all going to approach this so that we can surprise and delight you with new additions while working to better incorporate your thoughts and feedback as we tackle reworks and improvements on our core features. Okay, so let's spend some time on that. They're talking about, like, how are we going to approach this so that we can surprise and delight you with new additions. I don't know if new additions is, like, expansions or something, because it's saying, like, how can we continue to put out new additions while at the same time working to incorporate your thoughts as we tackle stuff in the core game. So that seems to me to be an implication that they are going to still keep trying to put out, like, additional content to the game, like maybe even zones, as they still continue to add quality of life updates to the game, such as class reworks and PvP changes. We'll see. That's what I'm getting from that. So that gives me a little bit of hope, you know? Moving on. We'll go into much greater detail in the 2026 reveal live stream. So I'll just wrap up my part of this letter by asking you to join us January 7th. Plus, keep bringing us your questions, thoughts, and ideas. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Next is going to be Joe Burba, who is the new studio head after Firewire left. So this is his first end of year letter. It's not very long, but I mean it's been a long letter so far. So, studio head Joe Burba. As we hope you have already started to see, communication with you is one of the first things about ESO that is changing. And those changes don't stop after January 7th. In 2026, the communication from us will be focused on the overall plan. It will get into more practical information about what we'll be testing and when, what kinds of feedback we're looking for to help us iterate, and what is changing based on that feedback. If you're reading this letter, chances are the things that truly excite you are learning the details of what we're doing and then testing them out so that you can help us deliver fun things to the community. Well, I mean, testing them out implies PTS, which I don't really do. But I'm excited about new things. We may try some crazy things, and we may not get it 100% right, but what we always want to get right is that you feel heard, and our actions prove it. Which this is kind of something that the first thing that comes to mind when he said this is the Rising Wall. You know, like obviously the Rising Wall event was a crazy thing. They did not get it 100% right, but they're looking into it. I totally feel like they do see where that event went wrong. Okay, so let's see. We appreciate your support every year, but especially so this year. With all the changes in 2025 and the bumps that resulted, we found that focusing on the ESO fan motivated us and reminded us why we're all here, to make and play great games with our friends. Have a great end of year, and we will see you January 7th. I mean, like, January 7th is crazy soon. Crazy, crazy, crazy soon. I don't think this fully evaporates my hopes that we're going to be getting orc content. However, it does somewhat reinforce my fear that the orc content will not be a new zone, but merely be a new questline. I think that they might drop Hrothgar as free base game, and then pepper it with a new questline. I think that's a possibility. I think that we're probably getting something new with the orcs, but the odds of it being a new zone, I feel like, went down a tiny bit with this letter. But I'm still holding on to it. I just refuse to fully let it go. But yeah, so still, I think hope for orcs. I think that if we do get that Druidog zone, it's probably not going to be very big. I think it's probably going to be a small zone. I do not see a chapter-sized zone at all this next year. I do not see that happening. I think that at best you're going to be looking at something like the Reach, maybe. If you don't get a new zone, you may riot. Well, I mean, like, this is a reason why I've barely touched Eastern Solstice. I'm gonna be honest. Like, two reasons why I've barely touched Eastern Solstice. One being that we're kind of still going through the main quest. We're gonna be doing our final quest tomorrow, or today, I guess. And I've been wanting to go very slow because I kind of stocking up food for the end times, like pennies for a rainy day. I don't even know what that means, but yeah. So I'm just a little bit wary about where things are going, because I've noticed more and more of the cultural perception of ZOS is that ZOS does not care about balancing the game, and instead they just constantly put out like all these new zones and new gimmicks like Tales of Tribute and subclassing. And I've noticed that more and more people are upset about that. And so I think that ZOS is finally seeing that, and they're going to be spending their time on that instead of, zone stuff. I'm not saying there's not going to be any new lore. I've already embarrassed myself enough over the years by freaking out over that stuff, but it's a pretty high chance that we're gonna be seeing less. Oh, sorry. I mean, look. This zone could very well be a small zone. Look, the Reach is a small zone, and it fits completely, so... that could be good. It could still be fun. So, basically, here's what I see. I see, like, oh, Season 1, maybe a couple dungeons to kick it off. Maybe, right? Season 1, a couple dungeons. And say Season 1 goes February, March, April, right? And then, Season 2. Let's say that goes June, July, August. And that's like an event, or maybe it's like a zone and a special kind of event. not completely Writhing Wall, but something in the zone that the base game players can also do at the same time. So something kind of like the Writhing Wall, but not exactly. So a zone and something like the Writhing Wall, right? But there's no half and half, right? It's just an event and a zone, and then like that goes June, July, August, and then like maybe October, November, December will be like a third season, and that might be like, oh, some new, like a Dark Brotherhood quest line, and I don't know, maybe they're gonna include something else along with it, but not something huge. That's kind of the general feel I get. Like that's like best case scenario. So that they would be doing that, and then they would be spending a lot of their time on fixing things that people want them to fix. So it's like maybe a zone. You might get a zone. You just don't expect something like, you know, Vardenfell or even Solstice. Oh, shit.
You know what's good for
No, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, dude. I shouldn't have. Here, look. There you go.
Good on you. You're ready for anything.
Yeah, I made him happy. Can we kiss? Oh, shit. Not the time. I almost hit that Daedra. That would have made me sad. I don't understand why people, like, okay, hear me out. People in the UESP are asking, where's Stone Atronachs? They're like, you know, they're asking. And I'm like, just go to Solstice and get Voskrona Guardians. But everyone's like saying everything but Solstice. They're even talking about, like Black Gem Foundry and Naj Kaldish. And it's like, I guess I'm assuming if they have Solstice or not, they might not. But I'm just thinking, like, it's likely if you can go to those dungeons. I don't know, maybe they don't have it. But they haven't said that they don't have Solstice. I'm just like, just go to Solstice. Voskrona are everywhere. You don't need to go to Naj Kaldish. You don't need to run up Earthen Root Enclave. Sharp's here now, really? Yes, Sharp. Well, the Daedra are watching. Someone was making birdhouses in here. It's like a birdhouse making room. Look, they even got birdhouses. There's a birdhouse in a cage. It's like a birdhouse house. This must be some kind of like art room. They've got relics and stuff in here. Looks like paintbrushes of some kind. Clouds cast public affection. I find it interesting that Sion Sword has so many books. It's like, what's the College of Tomes doing then? But I think maybe it'd be interesting if maybe like the College of Tomes also like works here by proxy. Maybe there's an overlap. I don't know. I'm not saying only the College of Tomes can have tomes, but you know, I mean, there's a lot of like very lore stuff here. Daedra mildly disturbed. They now feel awkward. They're like their attack has lessened. It's like it was like Deltarune or something. Daedra are mildly disturbed. They now feel awkward. Attack lessened. Ow. It's like Dire Frost. I'm not gonna get the Sky Shard yet. I'm gonna save that for when we like playing with my fan. What do you have there? What is? Oh, that is a body. That is a corpse right there. A little bit dramatic, Sharp. At least want to check that room out.
You earned it.
Thank you. Deep place. Yeah, here it is. I'm not gonna grab it yet, though. It's so fancy. Wow. Looks like they put it there like for some specific reason. I don't know why this bridge... Oh, wait, okay, that goes around? Oh, okay. I see. Kind of. Maybe I don't totally see. I wish I could lightning dash over there. There's no way I'd make it. Maybe if I, like, had that portal ability. The Arcanist one. Oh wow! Oh, this is giving me some, you know, Trader's Vault vibes. Look how low that goes. It's like water, land, second story, third story. Hello, my dude. The Sleeping Watcher. Just feel like Altmer houses are too big. We suppose this is kind of the point. This isn't a house, though. It's an entire base of operations for a guild. But yeah, they do like things grandiose. Very grandiose and ornate. I like to think it's kind of a commentary on how the Altmer got kind of like divorced from their more in touch, like they're very more in touch with like the Dawn era magics and stuff, and so they become more obsessed with imagery and art in a way that the Aylids, even the Aylids didn't do. The Aylids kind of like stayed around with their Dawn era magics and stuff like that. And that's why Aylid architecture is a lot more similar to ancient Aldmer architecture, because they kind of like preserved that way of living. And the Aylids never actually fell to this level of decadence, I guess you could say. Corlania managed to keep this kind of architecture and also be Daedra worshippers. But they weren't in touch with those Dawn era magics that the Aylids were, I guess. Dang it! I don't even know where the boss is here. Here you go. I got you, man. I wonder if they're gonna make like an option to make any delve into a group delve. I mean, that would be pretty cool. Like, I think that would be pretty neat. Being able to, like, you know how you can select a dungeon and be like, oh, do you want the dungeon to be part 1 or part 2 or whatever? You could be like, do you want this to be a group instance, or do you want it to be a regular delve instance? I think that could be interesting. Where it's like, okay, they rev up the enemy difficulty. You know, it's meant for like 4 players. I mean, those are pretty fun. The only time you get those is in Craglorn, which is like 10 years old at this point or something. Ow. Oh, I'm so lost. I mean, if I didn't have a map, I would totally make a wrong turn here. But Dang it, you ruined my picture, you scumbags. Okay. I did not find the boss, whatever. So I'm gonna try to get the I'm gonna try to get the 7th off so I can enjoy the reveal.
Useful. Hold on to that.
I wish they would start doing reveals on the weekends instead, but I think it's on a Wednesday. Yeah, it's a Wednesday. So that's in the middle of my week. So I'm gonna, I asked if I could take that day off. Which I was really nervous about. Because my company has a blackout season, which means that I'm not allowed to take time off during, like, I know it's like at the end of the year and a little bit at the beginning of the year.
Always worth stocking up.
You know, obviously because they don't want people asking for Christmas off or anything. So, you're not allowed to ask for any time off during December. And a little bit of January. It's up until like January 2nd. But January 7th seems to be free game. So I'm going to put in that request. But yeah, I'll be working, you know, Christmas Eve, Christmas. In fact, I have to go to work early on Christmas Eve. And New Year's Eve, I think, or New Year's, one of those. I get extra pay, and no one's at work, so I mean, no one's there, so it's very quiet. Look at that soul-shriven behemoth. Today was so annoying. I don't know why. I think it might have been because literally I'm blaming Sunday for this. I had to wake up early on Sunday, and I think it might have messed with my sleep schedule. Because like my sleep schedule's been kind of wonky, and I had to wake up early today for a dentist appointment. And wouldn't you know it, by the time I woke up, I should have been literally at the dentist's like 5 minutes prior, 5 or 10 minutes prior, and I'm like, I had just woken up. I set my alarms and everything. Literally, I went to sleep out of responsible time. I set my alarms. I don't know what's wrong with me. I literally did everything. I felt so proud of myself too. I literally think, like, when I go to sleep like too early, I tend to really sleep in. Like, I get lost in sleep. If I sleep for too long, I am out. Like, out. Like, it's like I need to sleep in bursts, or I just totally end up in a coma. So, I made a mistake. I think I slept for too long. I went to bed early, and I slept for way too long, and woke up late. And I literally just, like, before I knew it, I was out the door, rushing. They didn't charge me or anything. In fact, literally when I got there, they were just casually chatting with me. I'm thinking, like, I thought, y'all are acting like I'm early. I was really late. I was like, do we have time to just kind of chat? Because I thought that maybe they would have clients after me, but I guess it was okay. It was like an hour and a half of me with my mouth open, drills, syringe, you know. It's never fun. But that got done, and then I went back home and I went to sleep so I could like wake up a few hours later for work. And wouldn't you know it, I overslept again. Literally, I overslept again. Like, and it's like, what the fuck? I had my alarm set and everything. So maybe the short burst theory is already shot, because I don't know what happened there. So, it wasn't too terribly late. It wasn't as late as the dentist was, but that was because people could wake me up. Then my alarm went off it was like 5 to 10 minutes after it should have gone off. I don't get what was going on there. I think my phone might be bugged, because my alarm went off at 2:55, and I'm like looking at my phone, and it says that no alarm should be going off at 2:55. It's way too late. No idea what happened there, but it wasn't too unusual for me to leave the house when I did. Ooh, hold on. This could be pretty heavy. Is this going to be like a context between like water and stone are two important themes this year. You've got the Tideborn and the Stone Nest. And I tend to believe that they might be representing the two different like fundamental forces, right? Like Anu and Padme. But maybe I'm getting too deep. Watercut Stone, a textual analysis by historian Taylor Terrell of the College of Tomes. It is largely accepted that the Stone Nests are the oldest tribe on Solstice, as they have a direct connection with the builders who first made landfall on the island. The Stone Nests have long been custodians of the island's landmeres, and have been vocal about the grief stemming from the destruction of such cultural sites following the arrival of Clan Corellania. Many of these sites house great troves of history, whether recorded in texts or stone carvings, or suspended from the ceilings by way of the Stone Nest knotted cords. Interesting. The loss of these records is a black stain which mars the storied history of the island. It is because of this that we must examine every surviving record with unbound curiosity so that we may glimpse these lost stories. The following text was discovered within the ruins of a Stone Nest temple. The temple itself, whose name has been lost to time, sat on the cliffs lining the divide between western and eastern solstice. The text itself survived thanks to it being placed beneath a carved stone cube, which protected it from the fires that destroyed the temple during the early Stone Nest and Corellania conflicts. Please take a moment to familiarize yourself with the text before engaging with the following analysis. Stone guide me. I feel the jaws of a sinkhole ready to open wide beneath my feet and swallow me whole. My dear husband, Ati, has decided to leave the tribe. He is not alone in making this decision. There are others who wish to split from stone and search for something new. I do not understand it. He speaks of dreams, churning water, the void. He tells me the others understand him, but he does not answer when I ask if they have had the same dreams. Ati has always been excitable, is what drew me to him. Always the first to climb a rock face or leap into a cenote? I don't know. How many times has he plunged into his gravestake only to change his mind moments later to dedicate himself to another cause? I would worry that this was yet another passing fancy, as if it were not his decision to leave me. Sorry, if it were not for his decision to leave me. There was no gleam in his eye, no smile to part his worried scales. He seemed as shaken as I am now. I followed him, and the others came as far as this temple, where I now write this note. He knows I followed him. I'm certain of it. But he made it clear that the decision was mine to make. He would not beg me to leave the stone. He only asked that I understand that he can no longer give himself to it. The stone beneath me holds a number of my ancestors, a few of Ati's as well. How can I, abandon all those that came before? By the same stone, how can I abandon my Ati? Would it be enough to give my burial stone to this temple, so I may watch over him and others in death? Or do I follow him into the great unknown beyond the promises of stone? Okay. Okay, let's think about this for a second. Before I do the analyzation, it's clear that this is the splitting of the tribes. This is where the Tideborn came from. This is where like everything changed. It's recorded that between the time the Corellanians first showed up and when they finally settled down, the Zanmir that Sunport is built on was kind of totally abandoned, just entirely abandoned. Part of me wonders if I've been wondering forever if like that was the result of some grand splitting, which I kind of attributed to possibly the Duskfall in some way. So I'm thinking like this city that this was found in is not Sunport, but I think that this might be describing like what did affect Sunport and why everyone left, why a lot of people left there too. Like maybe literally everyone in the Sunport Zanmir just decided that like they just have to move away from the stone, right? I mean, like the Tideborn, they don't live like the Stone Nest do. They live completely differently. They live more similar to what you see mainland Argonians living like, right? Stone Nest are more like ancient Argonians, but they're not the exact same. They're different. So I think that bears mentioning. There's no mention of the Corellania in this text. I don't think this might even be before they showed up, but I don't know. So they're having dreams, right? This kind of reminds me of like Venetilmo's dream visions that he was having. You know, like something that Azura probably was involved in. Obviously, the first thing you think of when you hear dreams is you're thinking of Vermina. But I think of, like, dream visions, right? And I think, like, it's been mentioned before. That Argonians are involved with dream visions very deeply. I should have been doing this on the UESP stream. Do we ever get her name? We only get Ati's name, but we don't get her name. Okay. Let's see what he says. This is Taylor Toriel, the historian, a historian from the College of Tomes. Yummy dreams. What? While it is impossible to determine the exact date this note was written, we can at least posit that it was sometime before the island was consumed by conflicts between Argonian and Mer, as the stone which protected it was covered in thick ash and soot. Furthermore, I believe this note marks the schism which eventually birthed the Tideborn tribe. The author, who at this time of this publication is still unknown, mentions her husband's dreams, particularly treating water and the void. We know from our time studying the Tideborn, they believe whispers coming from Sithis no less derive not from the Hist or stone, but from the tide. Do Ati's dreams point to the birth of this belief system? The author does mention that Ati refused to say whether the others who left also shared these dreams. Do we then dismiss his dreams as mere coincidence? Additionally, the temple this letter was discovered in borders western and eastern solstice and sits upon the rocky crags which overlook the tropical beaches of the island. This temple would have watched over the flourishing Tideborn people as their tribe grew over the following centuries. We have no surviving records which say this with certainty why the Tideborn splintered from the stone nest, but this note offers a clue. The author mentions that Ati was no longer willing to give himself to the stone. I take this to mean he could no longer see himself being buried in the tribe's customary stone coffins. Perhaps this was a long-held anxiety hinted at through his inability to dedicate his gravestake and therefore burial stone to a singular cause. With this in mind, I believe there is a growing discomfort or other dissatisfaction with the tribe's burial traditions, and over time the sentiment grew into a yearning for something different, a new voice to guide them where the stone and the Hist could not. We may never know who this author was, or whether they chose the stone or tide in the end, but we can still thank them for the care and effort it took to put pen to paper, when, for all intents and purposes, their life had just been split in two. A closing note, the stone cube which protected this letter, carved on its sides were two alternating symbols, branching geometry, not unlike those which adorn Xanmir's and circular spirals, stone and tide. So, hi Darklight. So, I mean, like, this is interesting. I don't really know how accurate he is with this, but his mention about, like, his author mentions Ati was no longer willing to give himself to the stone. Long-held anxiety hinted at his inability to dedicate his gravestake and therefore burial stone to a singular cause. The thing that you should take note about the Tideborn is that whereas they do believe in a singular cause, or like a destined scales, I believe they call it, they don't believe in letting themselves be buried in a permanent place, right? So the Tideborn believe that, like, when you die, if you haven't, like, achieved your destined scales, I believe you just get stuck on the beach, right? You get, like, just stuck to the beach, and then the tide takes you away. Literally, sea creatures, like, tear your flesh apart, the water breaks you to pieces, and eventually you're gone. This is how the Tideborn perceive death. The stone nest literally just stick you in a coffin, and that's it. Or you get stuck in a grave, I guess. And that's a singular thing, right? That's very solid and permanent, which is super, super pre-Duskfall Argonian. I got a raven, I got a raid incoming. A raven raid, maybe, possibly. Thank you so much for the raid. It is appreciated. What are you guys up to? Sorry, Darklight. I have it set up where it's exclamation point shout out. But also, I find it hilarious that you typed out "so strange, Raven." That is so strange, Raven. Thank you, Leaf, for wanting to shout out. Actually, technically, because Darklight didn't type in exclamation point shout out, you can still do it, but whatever. Giving my mod to meet you. He has a deep level of lore too. Hello! Hello, mod. Can I call you mod? Talia and ESO, nice. Today I'm going to be doing, well, I have a pretty standard schedule. I don't usually change things too much, but I usually do like ESO and then Overwatch. Fridays are my smaller streams because I just came home from work. Like Saturdays and Sundays can be way longer. And also I have the unofficial Elder Scrolls Pages stream. That'll be today in the afternoon, I think. His name is No Hit Jax. Hello, Jax. I am going over this book that I just found. My first time reading it. It is a record about a possible record of the Tideborn Stone Nest Schism, and I'm delving into it. I'm definitely a lot more educated on the Tideborn than the Stone Nest, so maybe at a future date I will have I'll have a way better reading of this, but basically, it is, to summarize this book, it's a text from an Argonian about her husband who suddenly, for some reason, just got up and made a new tribe along with a bunch of other Argonians, and she has no idea why. Basically, this Altmer member of the College of Tomes is trying to read into the text. And I thought that maybe he would have he'd have kind of a more rash view of what is being said here, but I think he might be on the money. So basically, he does highlight a difference between Stone Nest and Tideborn in the form of kind of like one's fate, right? So the way I see it is I could be like really wrong here. Some things I'm not quite confident making this claim, but I technically see the Stone Nest as more like Anuic, and I see the Tideborn as more Pedomaic, right? That might be a little bit too reductive, but that's kind of generally how I see it. And so that's why, like, I mean, think about, like, basically you're looking at Stone Nest are very pre-Duskfall and Tideborn are very post-Duskfall. Literally, I believe that what we're reading here might even be the Duskfall, right? What we're reading here, this event, might be our like, only, like, text indication of the Duskfall happening, and we don't have a date for it, which I feel like might be on purpose. But for those that don't know, the Duskfall is basically a complete transformation of Argonian society. Argonians used to live in those big stone castles that they call Zanmir. They don't really live in Zanmirs anymore. Instead, at a certain point, Argonians decided that their perception of Sithis was actually entirely inaccurate. And this was, I believe, attributed to, like, the Hist, like, teaching them the true nature of Sithis. And, like, the Zanmir's kings, they became priests. Those are the Niswo. And Argonians, like, just entirely changed everything. Now, not every tribe followed this, and not every Hist followed this. There's records of, like, at least one Hist that denied this period of transition. But it was, like, one of the biggest... It's probably one of the biggest mysteries in the Elder Scrolls is to, like, what caused this event to happen? What caused the Argonians to just change their entire way of living? And why did the Hiths, like, reveal this to them at this point? I don't know. But that is why you'll see, like, all these Zanmirs everywhere, and not all these Argonians are living in them. Maybe you'll have some Argonians living on them, but, like, they don't build them anymore, right? It's not really their thing. The Stone Nest are different, right? So, Solstice is a different case. There's a lot of different stuff on Solstice. So, but we do know that the Duskfall did happen on Solstice because there was a Crown Store item that referenced the Duskfall in context of Solstice. So, I do believe it did happen here. So, essentially, I think that this text might actually be some kind of actual document of that event. And we know so little about the Duskfall that this is I'm always looking for Duskfall stuff. It's like one of my obsessions. So for this text to potentially be writing about that is interesting. So basically, though, massive schism between like these members of the Stone Nest that suddenly splits off and becomes a Tideborn. So essentially, the more like traditional Argonians, the more like pre-Duskfall Argonians, suddenly these more, what would be the term? I guess this different group of Argonians just splits off from them and pursues a post-Duskfall sort of society. They start living in huts. They start like embracing change in a more natural, wide way, right? I mean, like even down to their ways of burying their dead. Again, as I was mentioning right before the raid, the Tideborn, when you die, they literally just put you on a beach and the water like takes you away, right? You're just brought back into the water. I believe the only time that doesn't happen is when a Tideborn feels like they achieved their life's goal, which is a very vague sort of thing. But the Tideborn hold a belief that they have a destiny called their destined scales. And when a Tideborn member achieves their destined scales, I don't quite remember how they're buried. But if they don't achieve their destined scales, they get buried like on the beach, and they're kind of like brought back into the tide, right? And then according to their belief system, that Argonian soul is recycled like through the Hist, right? But it's not through the Hist, it's through the tide. There's no Hist involved here. And the tide then basically deposits the soul back into the Tideborn's eggs, and a new Argonian is born. So it's just like the Hist, but it's instead done through water. This is not incredibly unusual, considering that water is hyper associated with things like memory and soul. You might actually like look at the writhing wall and notice that it looks like a big ass tsunami, and that's because soul and memory is intrinsically connected to water. So the fact that the Tideborn are so in tune with like chaos and the will of Sithis makes me believe that like we're seeing the Duskfall here, and they just followed the Duskfall, and then the Stone Nest just didn't. Now, why did the Stone Nest not follow the Duskfall? I believe it potentially might be just for the sake of keeping Morneral in check. I think that, like, because the Argonians were meant to keep Morneral in check. That was their thing. I literally think that's the only reason they are on Solstice, was to keep Morneral in check. So it's like the Stone Nest work to keep that closed, and the Tideborn, I'm trying to figure out what purpose they really serve, because it's not like the Tideborn like regenerate and then populate the Stone Nest. I don't think. I could be wrong. I don't really hear a lot of like cross-tribe connections, but I'm fairly new to Eastern Solstice stuff. I'm still like going through it, as you can see. So I need to like learn more about the Stone Nest, but I can't help but notice that this is what that's what like comes to mind. So basically, there's a mention of this in an ancient Argonian creation story. Now, Argonians, they don't really do history. They do Hist, but they don't do history. And by that, I mean, like, fundamentally, culturally, right? There are loads of Argonians who are historians and scholars, right? But we're talking about, like, the the non-Lucial ones, right? The ones that are like living in their home tribes in the deep swamps. Those Argonians, they went through the Duskfall, and part of the Duskfall was embracing change. And do you know what is not change? It is holding static records, right? So they don't care about history. They don't keep records of anything. If you guys remember, what was the name? The Curiosities thing that Famia had. It's like that museum that Famia like made in Lilmoth. Like trying to focus on ancient Argonian stuff. She's frustrated because she's like, they don't care, but I do, right? So because of that, you're not really going to hear much in the way of Argonian creation stories because that was the past and that doesn't matter anymore. But there is one tribe that we know of that makes an exception, and that is the Azcastellil tribe, I believe. And that tribe wrote a story called... I don't actually know if this is what they called it, but this is what the book is. So the book that you can read here is Children of the Root, collected by researchers Solus Adiro from an oral tradition. Okay, so they didn't even write this down, actually. They didn't write it down, but they kept it as an oral tradition. So that's interesting. They must really care about it. Azcastellil, I don't know what that means. It's a tribe name, but it means like something people. So this is basically the closest you're gonna get to like an Argonian entry into the Monomyth, if you guys are familiar with that book. The Monomyth centers around all these creation stories from various cultures and how they overlap. If you read this right next to Redguard creation history, you're gonna see a lot of overlap, which I find interesting. But basically, though, you've got these two spirits. You've got Kota and you've got Attack, right? So essentially, Attack and Kota are looking. They're the two grand primordial essences of the universe, and eventually they come together and they form Atakota, right? I'm always confused whether or not Kota or Attack. I get confused over which one is Anu and which one is Padme, and I know it's embarrassing, but I do. But either way, they kind of like basically become one with each other because they're learning from each other. They ate and roiled for so long they became one and forgot their conflict. They shed their skin and severed their roots, and they called themselves Atakota, who said maybe, which is a reference to Mundus, or the Arbus as a whole, right? So the Mundus is called the gray maybe, and that's kind of a way of saying like it's not black, it's not white, it's gray, it's not yes, it's not no, it's maybe. It's a mix of the two extremes. So this is a reference to that. But as we get further in, this is a thing that like you guys really gotta check out yourself. It's a very good read. This came out with Merkmeyer, I believe. But in it mentions that the roots that Kota's blood had made oceans, the tides, and Attack's sap had made stones, and each of these spirits had never known the shadow. The roots knew what this would mean and asked the shadow to protect its children. So, I'm thinking, is that a reference? I mean, we've literally got two polarizing things here. We got tide and stone, oceans and stone. And so I think that these two tribes are meant to represent each different, like the two different forces that kind of make up everything. One being stasis, one being change. But I've got to give it more of a read. And I'm still learning about Stone Nest culture overall, because it's a lot more vague to me than Tideborn. I've still got to explore.
Let's make this quick.
But yeah, I think that it could be that the hist, because like there is a hist on this island. I just think it did its job, and that's why no one really. But that's probably why it went quiet, right? I think maybe it just did what it was supposed to do. I don't actually know yet. But it seems like the stone nests were brought to this island, which does indicate that they were probably a pre-Duskfall society. It was probably ages ago. And then at some point there was a rift. And I think that could very well be the Duskfall. Now, I will note that book does not give us a date. Oh, that's sharp. That book does not give us a date at all, which I think is probably pretty telling that it might very well be the Duskfall that we're hearing about, because Zoss kind of refuses to give us a goddamn date for that thing. But it could very well be. I personally theorize that we have a reference about where it might be. Okay, so here we go. Between First Era, I think 800 and First Era 900 is kind of like the Corellanians' experience with Solstice, right? Let me check. Okay, here we go. 723, right? So let's say this. Let's just say like 700, right? So Corellania shows up in 700, and then they manage to squeeze into Mornera long enough to learn necromancer shit, and then they get kicked out. And then in First Era, blah blah blah. Did I just pick the same one? No, I didn't. No, yes I did. Okay. So yeah, here we go. So it's like 700 to 900. So basically, like, they claim here that... Where is it? Okay. More by luck than design, Clan Corellania returned to Solstice at a good time. In the 200 years since Corellania's first ill-fated expedition, the region immediately around Sunport Bay had become deserted. The more numerous and advanced tribes of Stone Nest people lived in stone cities on the eastern side of the island, while most of the Argonians residing in the western solstice were Tideborn, simple villagers who lived along the outer coast. I think that implies that literally between First Era 700 and 900 could very well be when this rift happened, and that rift might have been the Duskfall. However, if we can find a reference to the Tideborn experiencing like the initial Corellanian like invasion, then that will be null, because that means that the rift would have happened prior to the early 700s of the First Era. So if I can find any evidence to that, that would negate my theory. But at the moment, my working theory is that it might very well be during that time. I mean, really, all I wanted out of... Well, not all I wanted, but a big thing I wanted out of any Argonian content for ESO, because it's been so long, is some kind of Duskfall hint. And so maybe I'm looking for things that aren't there, but I can't help but notice that it just seems so... It can't be a coincidence, can it? Yep. I don't want no trouble.
Useful. Hold on.
Okay, alchemy skill, it's easy. Cycle bosses don't want to do that. Enemy poison's incredibly easy. There was a few like endeavors this week that really threw me for a loop. It was like a crafting master writ one, where it was like, oh, you gotta do like a weapon or armor or jewelry piece. And I don't really do that stuff. I don't really. I literally just had like this is my main. I've got 10,000 hours on this game, and I just have not researched all the traits. Yes, I'm a little ashamed, but I have not researched all the traits. So crafting can be a bit of a pain for me. Literally, when I want something crafted, I generally just ask my dad because he's a master crafter. I don't really know if he's got like everything, but he's very he's never let me down if I ever have needed anything made. So yeah, I sometimes have just gotten art pieces from him. I know my mom has too, because like if she ever needs anything, he makes it.
Good eye.
It's so weird seeing water around all this Cold Harbor stuff, right? 'Cause, I mean, like, you expect to see, like, Azure Plasm everywhere. It's just water. It's kind of more depressing than Cold Harbor is, you know? It's like, at least the water glows in Cold Harbor. At least the harbor is glowy. I was really worried that the entire east side of Solstice would be nothing but this. I mean, there's sections of this, which I think is good, but like there's also forested sections, there's greenery, and so yeah, I was worried that it was all just gonna be drab Cold Harbor-ness, and I held that belief for a really long time. Oh man, I should have gone with my Solstice lore fact, but I didn't know I was going to be doing a lot of Solstice stuff today.
Better overstocked than under.
I have a Solstice lore fact title. That'll probably be Sunday? Maybe? I used to do lore fact titles for my UESP streams as well, but I eventually decided to stop doing that because it doesn't... It's not descriptive of what's happening during that stream, and I feel like I should take the UESPs a lot more seriously than my own channel. So instead, I'm more descriptive about what I'm doing, and on my own channel it's just kind of like I use it as a chance to educate. I know you're thinking like, well, you think the UESP you'd want to educate there, and I do. Obviously, I talk a lot. But I don't really think anyone wants to click on a lore fact as much as they want to click on, oh, he's doing trials or he's playing Skyrim or something, you know. Ow, Jesus. I've really evolved how I've done the UESP streams over time. I wish I had more free time because then I could do them longer, but they're it's also sometimes hard enough to do an hour because my UESP streams aren't generally as interactive as my actual streams, and it gets kind of like hard to do when I'm just talking to myself for so long, you know? It kind of makes you think like, am I doing this right? Should I be doing better? Am I not being engaging enough? There we go. I've been streaming for the UESP for 3 years, over 3 years now. It'll be 4 years in April, I think. Maybe in May? I think it might be April, I forget. Surprises me. I mean, like, some people are like, we didn't even know you had a Twitch. Maybe that's like an indicator that I should probably like advertise my streams more. Here's the thing. I could definitely tell people when I go live on the UESP channel, but I'm always afraid to do that because I feel like once I can dance with them. Oh, this is beautiful. I wasn't so different once upon a time. I wasn't so different. Judging by his outfit, the fact that he's an Altmer, he definitely lived here. At least he lived on the island. I think he did, at least. Vaidenhill, the Kinlord's Folly. Vaidenhill, I believe, is King Orlamar's his like lodge, right? I mean, that's not Orlamar, is it? I don't think Orlamar would have liked to hang out with an Argonian. Okay, let's check this out. By Mid-Conjurer Murmel of the College of Rituals. I know Murmel. Few of Sunport's folk venture across the Solstice Range to visit the eastern half of our fair island. Yet this was not always the case. When House Coralania first settled on these shores, our ancestors looked beyond the mountains and saw a land ripe for settlement. The fact that the Stone-Nest Argonians already lived there did little to deter the interest of proud kinlords and kinladies who desired a realm wide enough to suit their ambitions. When Kinlord Orlamar, otherwise known as Orlamar the Builder, that's how I know him, came to power in First Era 1017, he decided to act upon these ambitions. During his reign, vast tracts of land in Eastern Solstice were parceled out to powerful nobles to settle or exploit as they wished. Yet no one seems to have informed the Stone-Nest about the arrangement. Centuries of strife between the Elf and Argonians followed from the haughty Kinlord's dealings. This eventually led, I believe, to the... After, like, all those wars, it eventually led to the peace treaty of Zorhist, I believe. Naturally, Orlamar did not forget himself when handing out parcels of Eastern Solstice. The Kinlord claimed a magnificent estate in the northern part of the island and named it Vaidenhill. There he commissioned the building of a great manor house to serve as his summer palace. A luxurious retreat from the cares of the throne. Is that a saying or is that a typo? From the cares of the cares, probably a typo. Saved. The cost of building Vaidenhill Manor nearly bankrupted the realm. Constructing such an extravagant palace in the wilds of Eastern Solstice, far from the resources and workforce of Sunport, proved expensive indeed, but in First Era 1081, Kinlord Orlamar's palace was finally completed, a vision of fair Somerset amid a virgin wilderness. It was not to last. You just had to have that ballroom. Argonian resistance to Kinlord Orlamar's policies was growing. While the Kinlord enjoyed his palace for a time, travel to and from Vaidenhill became dangerous. Bands of Stone-Nest warriors began to shadow and sometimes attack travelers in wagons on the road to Vaidenhill. Orlamar found it increasingly difficult to maintain his court in the east. He did not visit the manor at all in the last 10 years of his life, although he was laid to rest there. When open fighting broke out in First Era 1172, Stone-Nest warriors burned down Vaidenhill. During the troubled years that followed, Orlamar's successors could find neither the funds nor the forces needed to rebuild Vaidenhill. By the time Kinlady Torinway concluded the Peace of Zorhist, House Coralania had no interest in maintaining grand estates east of the mountains. Because at that point they had already... Because part of the Peace of Zorhist was basically saying, like, yeah, we won't mess with you, you don't mess with us, we're going to be in our own little places. So obviously, Vaidenhill was kind of off limits at that point. It was like, but they did manage, I guess, to build a Lodge of Sea and Sword. That might have just been like an exclusion to the treaty. One can still visit the ruins of Vaidenhill to this day. Crumbling walls of white stone and weed-choked courtyards attest to the magnificence of Kinlord Orlamar's vision and his folly. So yeah, part of me wonders if, like, Sea and Sword, the lodge, was built after, or if it was like something else before, and they just let him keep it. I don't know. It's literally like right across from the mountain, so I don't really know if the Stone Nest cared so much. But I'm really interested in Orlamar. I've like always been ever since I read about him, and he's like referenced a lot in one of the main story quests, which I really enjoyed. So let's go. Let's see. It's over here somewhere. It's at least the remnants of it is over here.
Could brew something nice with that.
Ghosts. Yep, here it is. This is definitely it. This is the remainders of it, you know? I don't know if I can go back in here, but let's try. So here's like, obviously, this is like underneath. This is like the dregs of what it used to be. Oh, cool. I'm allowed to go in. This is part of the main story quest, though. I mean, there's not going to be main story quest stuff happening in here, but you do go here during the main quest. So, like I said, they do reference him a bit, and so maybe it's you know it's good to hear about who he was, kind of give more context and stuff like that. So. A very predictably greedy loser. They're fun to read about. They're insufferable in real life.
This one's mine. I'm with you.
Sorry. I mean, look at this, though. I guess Argonians really just didn't bother with this. This is something that I always like when, like, ZOS tackles something that is either undeveloped or something that they develop, like, mostly themselves. So for example, High Isle is a great example. Solstice is probably the best example, but you can even have it. You can even have it with stuff like underdeveloped areas like the Telvanni Peninsula. They like add these historical figures and detailed stories that I always enjoy. It's not just like a bunch of repeats of stuff you already know. You know, like, oh, here's you know, Saint Veloth is like just a bunch of stories about him. It's like no, they add like new figures and write down a bunch of new politics, and I always enjoy that. I like it when ZOS does new things. They take it upon themselves to just do something that doesn't even tickle the nostalgia bone, you know? It's just like something that they do because they have such a passion for the franchise that they know it needs to expand past a bunch of nostalgia, and that's what I really appreciate about ZOS, and I always have. Got these cool paintings of Corellonian nobles, and I just heard a sound. What the hell was that? Was that like... Oh, maybe that was that boss up there. I literally heard something like go boom, freaked me out. Maybe it was above ground. I don't know. I genuinely don't know, because like physically I don't know if I'm under the ground. Maybe I am, because I can literally see like way shrines and stuff. I don't know. But yeah, you got some you got a glimpse into some like ancient Corellonia paintings. These, let me think. These are probably 2,500 years old? Maybe? Sorry, I'm doing math in my head here. I would say over 2,500 years. Yeah, that's probably just in the ballpark. Currently enjoying your football club and Football Manager, dominating their rivals. Football. And of course, you mean like the actual football, like the ball and the foot. I can see my torch for a second there. So yeah, Corallian noble, or not noble, rather warrior. Corallian scholar. Chest. Corallian noble. He's got that chunky staff. And Corallian bard. Wait, I mean, oh wow, I'm literally not allowed back in. Huh. Dang it. That was a pretty cool section. Oh well. That's the ball that is kicked with the foot and not the ball that is thrown and murdered over. Yep. I think they should have called football long ball. Because, like, the ball is long. And it's easy to say. It's easy, long ball. I mean, like, come on. It just, that's what they should have done. It sounds weird. Like, it might sound weird, but that's just because, you know, we're living in a universe where it wasn't called long ball. Again, look at this. Orlamar the Builder built so hard. This whole thing's falling apart. Like, why do you even need a big loft, a big bridge up here? You don't. I like how the stone nests are basically like, dude, we were building here first. Building is our thing. Fuck off. I remember that there was lore, but I don't remember the lore.
Give it a rest.
I will just interest myself with my Tiba ball. It's redundant. I got skills. Whoa! I'm just showing off. I forgot I had this one. Look at me shuffle. Look at that. Look at how do that footwork with the robe. Like, how do I do that? It's an insanely flexible material. You would not believe. Also has to do with immigration, misunderstandings of rules, and a lack of rules. Interesting. They need me. They need me. Hold on,
Building up a staff. Good thinking.
let me join you. I'm going to join them, and I'm literally gonna, like, just make a few things, outside the Citadel, and then I'm going to just, like, do the trial. Because, like, I need to do that endeavor. I don't want to forget about it. Speaking of which, I got all my Christmas shopping done. You know? I didn't forget about anything. Well, I might have taken a while to get one gift, but most of the gifts are on time. I'm so proud of myself. Dang it. There we go. I don't even care. We're done. We got it. Oh, hey, that's pretty cool. That's good for that's a good thing for like a tank, right? Not a tank though. Back in the 1800s, football didn't have unified rules, so some leagues in the UK had rules where the ball could be thrown. Oh. Basically, when some of those people came to the U.S., it was that version of football that came over. So over time, so evolved into NFL football. While real football eventually decided on its own rules. But why did they keep calling it football after they decided that it could be thrown? Right? Like, didn't someone say, "Oh, like, if this can be thrown, why are we still calling it football? There's not footballs. There's not foot involved. It should be called something different." But instead, they're just kind of like, "We're still gonna call it football, even though we're using our hands." Wait, this person says figure out sets with the other healer? What? You didn't... This person didn't say anything. Oh, it looks like we have 3 healers unless one is taunting... Unless one is slotting taunt? What? What? You guys had 1 healer when I showed up. We only had 1. I mean, like, there should be I don't think it should be that bad for a Lucent Citadel, right? The misunderstanding part comes in with American colleges kind of mishmashed both rugby and football rules together. Right. But again, at some point, they probably should have renamed it. At some point, they should have gone, like, you know... Because, I mean, like, that happens... I feel like that's probably happened a lot, where people are, like, making a new sport based on an old sport, and they're like, oh, shit, we need to come up with a new name for this. But instead, they didn't come up with a new name! They kept calling it football! I'm glad... The only saving grace that American football has is that you do technically kick the ball in a couple different scenarios. There's a kickoff, and there's a field goal, you know. I'm not really a sports guy, but I've watched enough Super Bowls to know. You didn't live back then either. I feel like it probably would have been uncomfortable, so that's a good thing. NFL football and football are more or less sister sports? Really? I mean, I guess that's a way to put it. Give the very, very caught version of the lore. Yeah, I have to do that a lot too. I have to do that a lot too. I mean, like, it's a skill. It's a skill, you know? Having to, like, take something with a lot of details and whittle it down. It's kind of like... It's kind of like pixel art, but in terms of explaining. When you're making pixel art, you're making like a sprite, you have like a much more limited space, but you still need to translate what you're trying to convey. And that's probably why I like it so much. Yeah, that's how I explain lore things sometimes, is that I have to whittle down a lot of the detail, but sometimes I can't help myself, and I tend to babble, and people get lost. I think they're like, because I need to keep in mind what people don't know, or fuck, even though what I don't know. So sometimes it can get kind of messy. This guy's asking me what sets am I using. Should I tell him? Should I be honest? I'm using, what am I using? I'm using, Symphony and Winters and Blind Path, I think. Are they gonna say, what the hell? It's also the time when a lot of Americans were distrustful of Europeans. You mean like 2025? Oh, God save us. Even those that came from the UK, so changing rules to be more American was very common.
You should have stayed outside.
Come on, come on. I suppose no one has the AoE yet. The knot is mine. You can't have it. You can't have it. So the knot belongs to me. You can't have it. I guess me every time. He just has like such an attitude. Like, I guess I'm on gold. Crap. I was typing, what the heck? Does it need a healer to go dark? Who's the other healer? Me, Life Giver, and Ridge. Life Giver is over here. Okay, okay. Life Giver is gonna go dark. That's why he's a spooky skeleton. They said need a healer to go right side. I don't know why he didn't do that if he's registered as a healer. This guy's name is the Dreaded Blackmarsh. Okay. God, I'm so bad. I'm like forgetting the guy's name already, but there's that big streamer that released a YouTube video today. What's his name? Any Austin, right? So I haven't watched any of Any Austin's videos, mostly because I saw that he made a video on like, do Skyrim's rivers go anywhere? I kind of felt that it's like probably not is the answer, and I just kind of find that stuff to just kind of be a waste of time. It's kind of like why don't you ever see your character blink or something like that? I'm like, well, you're not really supposed to be paying attention to all that, but if you wanna. But I checked out his video on his latest video on like how many trees are in Skyrim, which was actually very, very, very fun. I recommend giving it a watch. He doesn't like, you know, try to break your immersion or anything. Okay, hold on. We gotta go over here. There we go. But yeah, maybe I should check out his other videos. I think I might have given myself the wrong impression by being a very judgmental person. He seems like a really chill dude. Okay, are we going too fast? Are we going too fast? Yeah, I think we're going too fast. I don't know.
You'll never catch up to me.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good. That was clean. That was really clean. Anyway, Skyrim has a lot of trees. I mean, it depends on what you consider to be a lot of trees. And also, I'm not entirely sure if he counted the sleeping tree, which I don't really consider to be a tree because it's probably actually a hist. And I know hists are called trees, but I just don't really think I'd consider the hist to be trees. Granted, though, I don't know the entire biology of how hists work.
This looks very steep. You go on ahead. Sharko will take his time.
But yes, for those that don't know, the sleeping tree is said to have been grown from a seed that fell from a floating island. That floating island is most definitely Umbriel. Even though I don't remember it going that direction, I could be wrong. Umbriel was like a portion of the Fields of Regret that was inhabited by hist trees. So I think there's a hist tree, or at least like maybe some kind of counterpart, growing in Skyrim in the 4th era. I need to do a little bit more research on the sleeping tree, but I know it doesn't really look like a hist tree, though. I don't think it's very thin, but maybe it's very. I don't know if young would be the right term. Just underdeveloped. I don't know. You also develop sports differently than in Europe. We develop sports out of colleges, which eventually translated into professional sports. Well, then you won't get mad at me if I call football soccer, will you? I outside of contact with you, I definitely call it soccer. It was like my sport growing up. I was so good at playing the game. I was so good at soccer. Like I Like, even today, my legs are very, very powerful. The only powerful part of my body. There's no chest here. Grr, Footstable, no, you won't get mad. That seems like you were mad. Seems like you were a little bit mad. I consider flipping a table to be mad. To be a form of being mad. I also like playing kickball. Kickball was, I think, a lot more satisfying than soccer because kickball, one, it made the kickball sound. You guys all know the kickball sound. It's, you know, it's the same as the dodgeball sound because kickball uses the dodgeball. Anyways, and on top of that, like, you could hit the kickball with a lot more force, right? And like, you'd get it would go forever. I remember kicking a kickball as tall as like a light pole once. It like hit the top of the light pole, and I was this little kid, and that was just so exciting for me. I was like, how did I do that? That thing was like a skyscraper. If dark AoE at the crystal, you should be. Wait, there's a chest? There's a chest? Why didn't anyone tell me there was a chest? I don't remember playing much dodgeball as a kid. Dodgeball was still definitely a thing. I think it's probably a lot less of a thing these days than it used to be. I don't know if anyone's playing dodgeball, at least not like... I don't think the schools are organizing it. But I played... I definitely played at some point as a child. Ah, crap, I didn't mean to take the torch bug. No, I meant to take... Oh wait, no, that was out of the heavy sack, I guess. But you just really can't beat the dodgeball sound. The best way to get the dodgeball sound without actually playing dodgeball is to play kickball. Or just, I guess, hit it against the wall. But it's like the best sound for someone getting hit with something, right? Like, I don't care what you're being hit with. Just play a dodgeball thunk sound. Can't you still say soccer all the time when you're in a football Discord with people from all over the world? Ah, right, yeah. I've like adopted different ways of saying things depending on who I'm talking to, like for long periods of time, right? Which was definitely an interesting thing when I like dated this British girl for a while. And suddenly I was, oh, I turned into a ball of light. That was my bad. I want to, there we go. My, like, lexicon suddenly, I'm saying words that people were only saying because they watched too much Doctor Who, but I didn't watch Doctor Who for, like, the next, well, I guess I was watching it at the time, but it's not where I was getting it. Nothing here. Nothing. Come on. Unfortunately, doing this kills your personality. Every time. No! They fixed it! Yo! Yo! They fixed it. You no longer lose your personality when you go through the light thing. Ah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. What a good time. I wonder when they fix that. It's been a hot minute since I've been in here. You used to just kind of go defunct, right? Like you would just like stand straight, like you're playing desktop on VR chat or something. We lost somebody. Where? I don't see where they died. Where'd they die? I'm trying to find them because I want to see if they're around here. Then it's at least one of our faults. I don't know. Oh no, they're way back there. Something happened. Oh, and they can't respawn because we're in combat. They probably like fell or something. I should have waited. But your club, Leverkusen in Germany, they started out as factory workers. They just put a team together. The dream. I feel like they work you too hard in America to do that. My British friend told me how many vacation weeks he gets a year, and it was nuts. He was like, what, 6 or something? He was like, 6. I was like, 6 weeks a year? Like, I feel bad if I take, more than 2 weeks, you know? Back in 1984, oh, well, they probably didn't have labor laws like that back then, never mind. I don't know what life was like for them back in 1904. Guys, remember to always go to the crystals. Rat. Rats. I find it funny that I think No Fly died in the flying portion of the trial. Must have been because you just can't fly. You have 2 friends from the UK and Australia tell you you work too many hours, and I'm just like, I know, but I'm so used to it, I wouldn't know what to do with the free time. That's not for me. For me, I would know exactly what to do with the free time, but I just, you know, I'm in more of a place to ask for free time than other people, right? Like, I feel like my job would be a lot more gentle with me than most other people's jobs when asking for free time, but I hate asking for it, but if I do ask for it, it's generally in the form of like a week. I don't even care if it's paid or unpaid. Like I'll take an unpaid week off. I don't really mind, but it's a matter of like when I do that, they have to find someone to replace me for a week, and I feel bad whenever I do that. Like it's like I don't want to get in everyone's way and force them to look for a replacement for a week, right? I struggle with that. I feel like maybe I could beg them because I'm such a good worker, but oh, 'twas a joke. You have your birth week off and you will relish it. Oh, okay. Some people are workaholics, right? There are some people who are like, I don't know what to do with the free time, and I will never understand it. That is the exact opposite as me, right? Some people just need to work, and I don't get it. Because, I mean, I'm not saying I'm lazy, but for me, if I'm literally offered free time, I will take it. Like if I take a week off from work and it's all unpaid, technically that week off cost me like $550 or something, because that's how much I think I make a week. And it's like, that sucks, but it is a week off, right? And a week off just does wonders for me. Just like wonders for me. To the point where I took 2 this year. I took 1 in summer and 1 at the end of October. It's so good. But I guess I shouldn't get greedy. I mean, my job's not hard or anything. It's a pretty easy job. I've got lucky, you know. After a lot of false starts, I got lucky. So but even so, it's like I don't mind. It's like taking some relaxation time. But 6 weeks is bonkers. Like 6 weeks. That's crazy. Like, I'd love to get 6. I would be way more. I think I'd be better at my job. Like, you know, I think I would be like better. Like, I would have a better attitude. Not that I have a bad attitude, but like I would be more gung ho. Because it would be like, oh, I like this job. They offer me 6 weeks of vacation time. Fuck. Let's be a little bit more conservative. Let's say 4 weeks. You know. Let's say like a offering of 4 weeks. I would want to stay in that job more than anything. But like here in America, they're like pushing you around everywhere, and then they're confused why you're leaving. You know. Granted, I'm sure loads of European jobs are like that, but here in America, it just seems to be constant. I've been at my job for 2.5 years at this point, and they like me there, and I like me there. They're pretty generous with free time. They've never smacked me when I've asked for a vacation or anything. I'm just really worried about getting greedy and then asking for an extra week off, and then they're like, "Oh, that's been way too much," right? And then I would feel awful. But that being said, I did ask for the 7th of January off because it is the confirmed date of the ESO reveal stream, and I never, ever, ever miss that. So, they said that should be okay. So I'm gonna try to get that day off. I think I should be good. I'll probably stream that day too. It's a Wednesday, very unusual for me, but whatever. Been at your job for 9 years, which is crazy to you. Congrats! Congrats! I honestly like the idea of being at my job for so long, but it's like there's a point where it's like, do I get really greedy and try to go for a better job with better pay? It's like, oh, I get better pay, but I'm less happy. Is that worth it? You know, because I'm really happy where I am, but it's not going to like. I'm not going to be able to support myself forever. Because eventually it's going to be like, oh, I want to buy, you know, maybe somewhere to live. I want to maybe move out. It's like, I don't really think I can do that with this job. So what do? I don't know. America's gotten to the point where you don't really get a choice to do anything. I mean, you're suffering because, you know, healthcare costs so much, everything costs so much, and then the rich are building ballrooms and using your tax dollars. And even if they weren't using your tax dollars, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? That money could be used to help some of us. I'm not even poor, you know? Like, I'm in a good place, but I'm often having to help people with money. I mean, like, my friend, or rather my relief, we don't know each other that well, but she's very nice. My relief at work, she basically was working for free. Like, hear me out. She was working, and then she would make enough money for Uber, so she could take an Uber home, because she didn't have a car. She did not have a car. She could not afford a car, right? So she's paying for Uber so that she can make money from work, so that she can pay for another Uber. And what the hell? What the hell? Hey guys? There's a flower in the ground. I probably should have just let you die, to be honest. I don't know. I probably should have just let him die. I don't understand how he got stuck in the floor like that. You told your boss you were going to publish a book. That when I publish the book, you're not going to quit, but there will be signs. Okay, so hold on. I want to finish telling you about my relief, because she was literally just basically working for free, and so she basically started working less hours so that she could, I think, she could sign up for disability. And then at some point, like pretty soon after that, I don't know how, but she did end up getting a car. Like, she got one just this week, right? So now she's got a car, and she doesn't have to pay to, like, she doesn't have to pay her wages to get to work. She now is saving money because I think she was probably given some help, maybe by family or friends, because I don't know how she afforded a car so quickly. But that's the thing, though. It's like, you need to help people out because it's a springboard. Now that she has been helped out, she's got a car, and she uses that car to now work her job. And now that she's working her job, she's able to make money, and it's a springboard. She's now able to sustain herself because she got some help. If it wasn't someone lending money for the car, I think it's like the disability aid she's getting that's helping her out. But anyway, it's like, everyone likes to play these systems like they're corrupt, or we shouldn't have them because some people abuse them, when in reality they can literally just change people's lives. Even this, like, the smallest bit of leverage they're getting can, like, it's like, oh, I've got a car now, and now that I use that car, I can get my job, and I can work this job, and I can save up money with the job to continuously do things in my life. Like, so many people, you know, like homeless people, they obviously can't have jobs because they don't have cars, right? They cannot work their jobs, they can't get to their jobs. It's like, good luck going from the homeless shelter to, you know, to Arby's or whatever. It's like, because I don't have a car, I can't get to work, and so they're just constantly trapped in this consistent torment, and you know, the government just doesn't want to help anyone out of that, because they're like, some people might abuse it, and because some people might abuse it, we got to remember the American way. George Washington said, fuck the homeless, and pull yourself up by your bootstraps and stop playing video games. Because they're completely in touch. Definitely, 100%. But also, let's use that money to build a ballroom. again, even if it's not taxpayer money, even if it's not, it's like the money could go for something actually useful. Like imagine like how many starving children you could feed with the money for that ballroom. It's bonkers. We are living through fake times. Times that like, you know, just seem like they're in a book. I want to know who's writing it. And more importantly, I want to know if they're interested in happy endings. Hold on, we lost Black Marsh. I refuse to let you die, Black Marsh. You're coming with me. Let's go. Oh, hey, they're still here. Nice. It's not you. Not enough dinosaurs. Not enough. Yeah. You'd be writing a lot more dinosaurs into the story. Yeah, we were here not that long ago, Kacharga, my dude. You know, I mean, like as I was just talking about with Orlamar the Builder. Orlamar, he's like, stay away, not. Orlamar the Builder, literally, as the book said, he was building his lodge, and they said like he literally almost bankrupted the entire island because he just put so much money into building that lodge, and also like it was just torn down, you know, like after he died, and it's like these rich people just have no idea. It's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna use up all of our funds so I can make a fancy building for me, you know? And that was all obviously written before all this nonsense, because it was probably written last year, but it is still very, what's the word, prescient? I don't know. Big bone guy. I'm no alien to discussing politics on my stream, but generally I'm doing it while playing Overwatch and not ESO. I actually, like, I had a whole podcast with Mom. Like, it was a few weeks ago or something. I had a... It was, like, I couldn't really do much in VR chat because the Oculus had an update and it screwed with my FBT. So I can't really do much in VR chat without looking weird. But, we decided to sit down and do a podcast, which was, like, literally like an hour-long podcast episode. It was very fun. This guy, man, you got a lot of health, bro. I guess that makes me a podcaster. But I feel like if you are interested in politics, in my case, extremely social politics, if you're interested in that, and you're like constantly afraid of talking about it on your streams, I think you're just hurting yourself, because eventually, you're gonna wanna. As I've always talked about, you need to be genuine, because if you just keep like faking yourself on stream, eventually that's gonna break. And when it does break, when you decide that it's okay to just break and be you, the audience that is so used to fake you is going to be annoyed by the real you, and then you have to go through all that shit. So that's why I say always be genuine when you're making content. Otherwise you have to go through that whole transition period. Ugh. God dang. Oh shit, did I just grab the knot? Ah, fuck, I grabbed the knot. I fucking... okay, well... Here we go. I didn't mean to take the knot. Also, you have a bad habit of giving your protagonist trauma. Well, you know what? You might be writing this. Which, it depends on who the protagonist is. I feel like I'm too ordinary to be a protagonist.
Your choice.
I haven't, like, used that almost this whole time. We lost a lot of people. So many people. Ow, holy shit. That fucked me over. That whole thing fucked me up. Like, he just turned around, smacked into me, and then the knot finished me off. Like, if he just did not do that, I would have been fine. But that one attack ruined me. Yeah, not enough dinos. And I don't really see dinosaurs happening. I don't see dinosaurs happening. I feel like it's too scientific for this administration. They don't believe in science. They're just like, that's right. We are going to ignore all the rules of modern science, and also we are going to defund all the weather organizations because that's cool, and they're all teaching climate propaganda. And we all know what we're talking about because we also believe in an imaginary sky person. That's right. We're the leading power on Earth. Wonder-fucking-full. Bunch of children. Alright, put it in. Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. You can do it. Come on. There we go.
It is done. It is done.
It is done. Yeah, you're right. Kishargo also appears in Scrivener's Hall, actually. He appears there first. Okay, they're looking for... God, there's people looking for a lot of stuff. Here's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna just advertise everything I got and then hide in the corner. Link. 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 Mora Scribe Battle Axe. Link. 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 Anyone want this? Come to me, please. Okay, Flowers is here. Good old Flowers. What do you want, Flowers? Shield, please. Shield coming all up. Shield is gone. Here you go. Not to mention trying to hamper rewilding efforts. Yeah, it's a pain. I mean, here's the, like, Lucent Greaves and Sabatons. Okay, I don't have any Lucent Greaves and Sabatons. What was the other one that people wanted? Really quick. Null Boots and Hands. No, I don't have that either. Okay, so I don't think I've... Dartaran does what? Nullarca armor?
On the hunt.
And I do have the belt, so I'm gonna see if Dartaran is still here. Terran. Oh yeah, Dartaran is still here, but I don't know where. Oh. Don't leave, Dar. I got you. Hold on. Nolarka belt for you. There you go. You said you wanted Nolarka armor. Okay, so I mean, a lot of different fun politic things happened. As of most recently, we don't even need to talk about it. As of most recently, the heavily redacted files that everyone expected to be heavily redacted. So it's really nothing. It's a nothing story. Well, okay, it's not a nothing story, but it's nothing we can do about it. We can only hope that people who can do something about it does something about it. But I don't really know how many people, like, are even falling for it. I mean, like, it was like, you know, it's pretty instinctual. It's like, you're asking a kid to see something. It's like, can I see it? And they're like, no. And you just keep asking them, and they're like, okay, well, you can see it in a second. And then they leave, and they come back, and they're like, yeah, you can see this. It's like, that doesn't look suspicious at all. I mean, like, come on. Like, they asked for like a while to make all these changes, and they're like, can we please have a very long time to make changes? Please. So yeah, I think a lot more work has to be done. Everyone expected a lot more work having to be done. Notice that today wasn't being heralded as like a game changer. No one was promoting. Well, yeah, I guess yesterday, no one was promoting it as like the big day, because no one believed it was the big day at all, because everyone knew this is what was going to happen. Because they're just, you know, they're predictable. But that's the thing about kids, is that kids are so predictable. They're just really powerful kids, right? They just have a lot of power, but eventually people are going to learn that the power is not God-given, it's people-given, and we're going to do something about that. I just hope that people finally understand. So, they're basically scrambling a lot for some kind of, just something to kind of stand on, right? So, definitely the highest rated issue that the administration has in terms of like approval is immigration. At least that's everything I've always heard, is that they're doing the best with immigration, and it's really not a surprise, right? You're probably wondering, well, why is that? Because they're doing such a bad job. But it's because, unlike the economy, immigration is super easy to lie about, right? You can tell everyone that, like, all these operations across the entire country, despite the evil liberals' efforts, are actually heralding great results, and a bunch of, you know, murderous, enslaving people have been taken from this country and thrown in a prison. And if you're like, you're really fucking dumb, then you're thinking, holy shit, that's incredible, right? I mean, like, you know, look where we are. Obviously, like, the people are gonna believe that. But the economy, they're doing the same thing, right? The economy, they're saying, dude, everything is so cheap now. But the people are going, wait, no, it's not, because I can go to Walmart, and it's so fucking expensive, right? You can't go to Walmart and find out that they're lying about immigration. You know, no one's ever going to find that out, unless they're actually, like, digging deep and doing research, which they're not. So it's super easy to lie about that. And so they're doing really well in terms of immigration because people just believe the fairy tales, which is kind of a reoccurring theme with the Trumpsters, and it's always been for the past 10 years. Just easily believe the fairy tale. Or excuse the fairy tale, it's one of those. It's like I don't believe it, but I can live with not believing it, or it's I totally believe it. So, yeah, that's he's not doing great in anything, but he's at least getting a lot more positive opinions on immigration. It was a very rough beginning of the week and everything because of the the Rob Reiner news and his wife. I didn't know that much about Rob Reiner. I obviously, like, I had seen movies that he had made. I just did not actually know that he made them. I wish I knew beforehand. But I knew him as a political activist, right? Because I mostly knew him through his father, right? Rob Reiner's father was Carl Reiner, and Carl Reiner I knew very well because Carl Reiner was like the creator of the Dick Van Dyke Show, of which is my favorite comedy. It's an old 60s comedy. And, hilarious comedian, and Carl Reiner, I followed him on Twitter up until, like, the day he died. He hated Trump with all his soul, Like, he would just go on tirades. This guy hated, and obviously Rob, being his son, carried on that same perspective. I followed them both back on Twitter, and so it's very surreal upon his death to see that not only had the president made a post about it, but the president had made an incredibly strange post about it. And I know that sounds pretty predictable. It sounds predictable, right? But it's just kind of like, it's like, I don't want his name anywhere near this guy. It felt like, I felt offensive. It's like, but he probably liked pissing people off. So the Truth Social post that Trump made was honestly probably one of the darkest posts he's ever made in his life. Maybe not the weirdest, but the darkest. And a lot of people berated him for it. I don't know how many people abandoned him for it because it was pretty messed up. But I know a lot of people got mad at him for it. I recall seeing someone. Wow, it's getting dark. Whoa. I remember seeing someone say that it was a messed up post, but he's like, but I can look past it. And that stuck with me because that is the crux of the issue. That's like the foundation of it all, really. It's I can look past it. I mean, like, if you're someone that can excuse this kind of stuff, that's how we got where we are. I am a big fan of an absolutely brilliant, probably one of the most brilliant voices of the modern day, Heather Cox Richardson. She's a historian and just insanely hyper knowledgeable about history, and she's really well versed in politics, and she's very good at teaching it too. And what I like about Heather Cox Richardson is that she doesn't spice it up. She's very just pure knowledge. She doesn't do like hyper clickbait YouTube videos. She literally just uploads political chats and calls it political chat, December 2nd, 2025, right? Like I do with my VODs, because I'm just not coming up with a title. She's not there for the wow factor. She's just there for education and just pure knowledge. I think she's the best person to listen to during this time. If you're feeling anxious, I think she's probably the best voice to listen to. But she made a point about the crux of the issue, about how we got where we are today. She said that basically it all boils down to the foundation of, like, the Republican Party just kind of, like, lowered their guard. They kind of stopped having safe rails. Not that they had angels before, not that they were producing. There's, no political party has angels. But she said, like, it's the fact that they kind of stopped saying no to things, and they were like, well, if this works, then we'll do anything it takes to get there. They're like, this guy, what he says is screwed up, how he's acting is screwed up, but he could win us this, right? So basically it's, I guess, the ends justify the means. Is that the right thing to say? So once you drop your guardrails, once you basically say no shame, we'll just do whatever works because you're that desperate, that's how you get where you are today. And it's fascinating, really. It's such a fascinating thing to watch, because eventually that comes back to bite you. Eventually you end up locking yourself in a place where if it starts going really wrong, you can't step outside because you've been locked inside, right? I mean, you set the doors to lock, and you were like, we'll be fine because this is our guy. And then eventually, once the guy starts getting really, really, really fucking out of control, you're like, we can't leave. This is what we chose. And the thing is, they can technically leave. It is true that technically it's not the end of the world. A lot of people can definitely do something about this if enough people want to, but I don't think it's all about, like, they're scared, so they don't want to do anything until they see someone else do something. And even if someone else does something, it's just not enough. They need to see more and more people do stuff. There's a lot of people up there that really want out, but they just can't get out because they're like, literally, if you step a little bit out of line, the president's going to make a terrible post about you, and generally that actually does put your actual real life in danger. Your life is in danger, your family's life is in danger, Like, I mean, literally, like, a bunch of Democrats were just like, hey, we're going to cite the law just so everyone remembers that if you're given an unlawful order, because we're kind of on the brink of a potential unlawful order, you don't have to actually obey it. And the president was like, you guys should be executed. It's an actual thing that he said. It's an actual thing that he said. I mean, when you reach that point, you can understand why a lot of people are going to be, or like a lot of Republicans are like, we can't say anything about this. We like, are you going to say no to that guy? The guy who, like, and it's not like the president's going to round you up with a SWAT team and, live stream your execution. I'm not saying that we're at that point, but we are at the point where, like, his groupies are terrorists. He's a stochastic terrorist himself. Is it stochastic or stochastic? I'm pretty sure it's stochastic. Google. How do you say this?
Stochastic.
Thank you. Stochastic. He's a stochastic terrorist himself. So when he says something bad about someone else, you just don't know who's going to go after them. And he knows that. I mean, he literally put it into effect on January 6th, and it totally worked. Well, I mean, it worked as in it got people riled up. He's probably the most well-documented stochastic terrorist in American history, and yet he's also our president, which is like, the system really doesn't work, does it? I mean, I remember January 6th like it was yesterday. It's bonkers that you can still get reelected after something like that. It's almost like everyone forgot. It is insane, like, literally, it should be as impactful to the United States as 9/11 was. You know, like, it should be something that just is constantly glued in our minds, that we remember on every anniversary, that because it affected us so much. But there's just been such an effort to act like it just didn't happen. It is insane. Like, when you think about, it's like I would literally, my jaw would be on the floor, like, if Trump wasn't in prison by now, because of it. But, like, not only is he not in prison, but he's literally the president of the United States of America. But that is kind of because he would be in prison otherwise, most likely. So, it's shocking that the system is so broken that it's brought us here. Because there's never been anyone like this, you know. They see a lot of his groupies see it as a good thing. You know, his fans are like, oh, there's never been anyone like this. But in reality, it's like, what they don't know is that this is a world of adults, right? We're talking scientists and economists and all these people who just know their trade, and they're constantly having their well-written speeches and well-documented peer-reviewed papers all spoken over and written over by a guy who can't probably spell his own name. You know, it's just absolute insanity. Like, we're talking like well-structured organizations that the United States had to, attempt to aid people all over the world who are now dying in droves because we're not giving them any aid. And also we're dying over here too, so I'm not entirely sure who's winning. I'm pretty sure it's the guy who's building the ballroom. Maybe. Potentially. Perhaps. So I'm not without faith, though, because obviously this is incredibly unpopular. It's something that Heather Cox Richardson points out a lot, is how unpopular it is, and you really just can't argue with the numbers. It's not a shock. I mean, you've seen those No Kings protests, which are, you know, everyone's saying that, oh, these are paid protesters, but, like, I would be out there. In fact, I probably will be at some point. It's like, I'm not being paid. I mean, like, how long can you say these people are being paid before it starts to pretty much sink in that you're just not, that you're just a dying breed. You're a dying breed. Like, you were dying before, and literally the only reason Trump won the election is because the Democrats had no financial plan. That is it. I mean, like, the Democrats are just kind of like, hey, yeah, you know, the economy that's suffering, we're going to keep doing that same thing, right? And obviously for a lot of people, they were like, well, I can't like afford groceries. I'm having a hard time. And Donald Trump was like, I have a plan, and the plan is literally the equivalent of like wishing on a star, but everyone was like, fuck it, it's a plan. And so they voted him in. It really, like, he didn't win because, I don't think he even won because of immigration. He didn't win because of trans issues. He won because of the economy. He won because, like, everyone was like, well, it's not working the way it is now. And he hasn't really done much in the economy, and he's constantly trying to push other stuff. He's like, oh, we're gonna do patriot things. Look, I'm rounding up your neighbors, and I'm zip tying children, and I'm building a ballroom, and I'm putting my name on everything, or my face on everything, and it's like, it's absolutely deranged. And I think he knows it's deranged, you know? Like, a lot of people disagree with me on this, because a lot of people are like, he thinks he's well loved, he thinks he's always winning. I don't think he does. I think that he knows for a fact that he's not, and that's why he's flailing like a fucking caged animal. Like, that's why he's literally just overdoing everything. I'm going to put my name on this, I'm going to change the name of this, I'm going to do that. He's just going bonkers because he has no legacy outside of his absolute failures, and he knows that. So he's like, what can be my legacy? The Patriot Games, the Donald Trump Kennedy Center, this and that. I'm going to put my face on this and that because he just has nothing else. And I think he knows that. I think he knows that, like, everyone hates him. I mean, like, I understand people can be complete maniacs, but there's a certain point, I think, where even he has to acknowledge it. I recall that he even had a message to Bondi that wasn't supposed to go through, that had talked about how like there would be an incredibly negative response if they didn't capitalize on a certain thing. That shows that he just knows negative responses exist. So, though I do think that the fact that he knows he's a caged animal could be scary, right? I mean, because like he knows he's caged, and that gets really bad. Like we're at the moment where we're kind of flirting with war with Venezuela potentially, right? The United Nations is having to get involved, and it's a scary thought. I mean, like I thought the whole thing was no more wars. I mean, like I never understood. They're all like no more war, but they're also like, you know, guns and tanks and fuck yeah. It doesn't really seem to work out. I don't think they can live without a war. And these people aren't obsessed with peacetime. They're not obsessed with luxury. I mean, except for, you know, Trump. They're mainly, they like a lot of MAGA is just really into. I mean, it might seem kind of odd that people would be really into like joining the military. It's like, what's the appeal for that? I firmly believe that a lot of people want to join the military and the police force, and it's generally the same kind of people that want to join the military and the police force. Those kinds of people are people that you don't want to join either of those, because joining the military and police force is basically just their way of following a violent path that puts them out to be the hero, right? Following a violent path where you can commit acts of violence generally means that you're a villain, right? Because violence is usually a bad thing. You get put in prison for doing that. But if you're a police officer or if you're in the military, you get to do that and be hailed as a hero at the same time. And that is why a lot of conservatives who are rather gun nuts pursue those. And trust me, I literally know a guy who joined the police force and like on his like one of his first missions killed an innocent person. I knew him, and I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it took forever. I think it took like a few years, but he's finally in prison now. But like he was that kind of person where it's just kind of like, yeah, he came from a family that was exactly like that, just not right in the head. So Trump is conservatives' dying breath. I think there was some fucked hope that if they can break things enough, they can beat down the increasingly more liberal generations, but it just pushes more people to be liberal. Yeah, so that's the thing. I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm glad you pointed that out because that brings me into another topic. And that topic is, I'm sure everyone's heard of it before, but that topic is Project 2025. So Project 2025 is kind of like a plan that's kind of been in the works since like the 80s. It wasn't written back in the 80s, I don't think. I think it was written like in 2022, but it's the general conservative plan since like the 80s. So it's been like 40 years since like Reagan. And the conservatives basically, like, it's a very long document. I mean, like, it's very long, and I think they want it to be. But the things that you're going to find in Project 2025 are things that are happening right now. Things like strengthening the power of the executive and ignoring judicial and legislative powers. Installing a governmental agency that would be used to deconstruct various considered wasteful governmental agencies. We saw that with Doge. Fuck, kill me. I hate saying that name. It's basically like you can see stuff in Project 2025 that's literally just like it's already happened. And everyone knows that Project 2025 is a guideline because people who wrote Project 2025, like Russell Vaux, I think that's how you say his name, they're working in the government. I mean, literally, like the people who are literally writing Project 2025 or have government positions right now as we speak. By the way, that's the guy that's dismantling weather organizations. Fuck him, you know. So that the Project 25 has been the plan the whole time. So basically, though, what they try to do with Project 2025 is reinvent the zeitgeist, which is exactly what Leaf is saying here, where they're thinking maybe they can break things enough to beat down more liberal generations. What they want to do is they want to transform liberal generations into conservative generations, but that is almost impossible to do, just kind of how obsessively liberal the United States is. Like, it's insane. So basically, Project 2025 might have worked maybe back in the 80s. That's even pushing it right there. But the plan does not work in 2025. It's so retro, it's so antiquated, it's so like desperate that their attempt to beat down the liberals and try to make everyone conservative and patriotic and gung-ho, it just doesn't work. It's almost laughable. It doesn't fucking work. It's not going to work. Like I said they're a dying breed. It's over. It's literally like sure, they've like, you know, succeeded in spiking some hyper conservatives, and they've bolstered neo-Nazi movements and stuff, and it's definitely more popularized than it used to be. But like, it also just is amplifying liberal voices and mindsets, and if anything, things are starting to sway blue in places where they just weren't swaying blue before, because you can't reinvent a zeitgeist, not like that. It's too late. It's too late. I mean, like, literally, like, these dinosaurs... Oh, sorry, I'm not gonna... Dinosaurs, I'm used to that as, like, a term for old people, but it's probably offensive for you. These fossils? I don't know. These really old people, these old people, they're just so desperate to try to make, like, a nation. Like, we gotta make this a Christian nation. We gotta have everyone obsessed with God and family values. It's too late, and they're gonna die, and it's gonna be too late. I mean, that's just how it is. I mean, like they're always talking about how, like, oh, the liberals are living in their fantasy lands where they're just making stuff up. It's like, these guys, they're making stuff up, like, to the highest degree. You can't do what they want to do, and they should just stop. They should literally just give up. I mean, basically the attempts to do it, the attempts to reinvent the zeitgeist is doing nothing but killing the Republican Party. If anything, it's going to create a split off, right? If anything, you're going to start seeing, like, Republicans against the MAGA movement, like, create their own party, or it could be that MAGA is what creates its own party and the Republicans take it back over. I don't know. But if the Republicans want to salvage their party, they got to do something. And this is the best time to do it because, like, with the Files drama and the tariff drama and like, the ballroom, the renaming of the Kennedy Center, for God's sakes. I mean, like, it's literally like Trump is basically just saying, like, when are you going to snap? It's like he's trying to get them to snap, and they're refusing to do it. They just keep bending. At some point, they gotta snap. I hope they snap. Like, I'm starting to see people snap that I didn't think would snap. MTG snapped, right? I mean, like, I think Loomer snapped. I'm not sure. These, like, some people are just done, and more people need to be done. So, like, the more people are done, the more people are gonna say, I'm done too. And that's just human psychology, right? Like, it's like when I remember working at Taco Bell, and I had a guy trying to recruit me into the military, and I was not interested. I was working at Taco Bell, which is, yeah, obviously they're trying to prey on me. I'm not a big military guy. I don't like the military. I think that we put way too much money into the military. I did not want to say that to him because I was not brave enough, and I thought the guy would start pitching a fit. My coworker comes up and he says the same thing to my coworker. My coworker immediately goes, he's like, I don't like the military. You know, he started saying what I was thinking, right? It's like we put too much money into it, I guess. I think he said that. And I agreed with my coworker, and I said that, yeah, because, like, I wasn't willing to say it, but as soon as I saw he said it, I felt like I could take this guy on if anything happened. And I was like, yeah. And that's just human psychology. And people need to be braver than I was, right? And you need to be the kind of guy to go, okay, no, we're done. Like, literally, we're done. Like, we're already at a certain point where if Republicans don't do something, I mean, like, even if they did something today, the fact that they let this go so far, like, the fact that they bolstered a guy who, like, literally the most well-documented traitor to the United States, period. He literally led an insurrection on the U.S. Capitol where people died at the U.S. Capitol, the Confederate flag was flown within the United States Capitol for the first time ever in history. Neo-Nazis walking our halls. That was because of him. All those people committed all those crimes, and he pardoned every single one of them. He didn't even go through the list. He just pardoned everything. He didn't want to go through the list because he doesn't care actually about justice. He doesn't care about criminals facing charges. He never does, because he is one and criminals follow him. It's never about crimes for him. It's always about what people can do for him. And as soon as these Republicans can't do anything for him, he does away with them. That's just how it works. So they need to do away with him first. I mean, like, he gave them there's more Republicans, you know, like they have so much power in the government right now. Dems don't really have as much, and that's because of Trump, and they need to utilize that because they can. Now, I get that they see him as a time bomb, and it's true, he is a time bomb. No one really knows what he would do if the majority of the Republicans said they were done with him. No one knows what the guy would do. Literally, he's so insane. I think they're afraid that he would do something violent. Maybe even potentially try to order unlawful acts of our armed forces. I don't know. You know, there's like the National Guard's roam in D.C., right? And there's more and more all the time. So it's like, I don't know how safe they feel over there if the guy can just potentially just think that. I mean, imagine if he literally would just make a post on Truth Social and say, like, kill these people. Or at least he would say they should die. I don't know if he would say kill them. Because, I mean, he did it with Democrats. I mean, literally, these people did nothing but make a video and say, like, yeah, you can deny an unlawful order. And he said, like, they should die. You should die. That's what he said. I mean, like, how do you come back from that? That should have been, like, you know, that should have been, like, political scandal levels of everything collapsing. But here we are. No one's even talking about it. I mean, they were at the moment, but we've moved on because now we're talking about the fucking Patriot Games and war with Venezuela because he just keeps tossing things at people. And that is just how fascism works. Because this is fascism. I mean, literally, it's just not arguable. Like on a political science, like political social study scale, this is fascism. I mean, I don't want to say we're a fascist country, but our government is fascist, right? Because like the majority of us are not really falling for it. Because here's the thing: ever since World War II, we've had like 80 some years of fascist like iconography and influence in all of our media, and by that I mean like anti-fascist themes, right? So like Star Wars is a huge example, but you see it everywhere, right? Like this whole like fuck Nazis. There's a bad guy in any given random TV show or movie, and he's putting his face everywhere, and he's being like super, like obviously very Nazi inspired. It's everywhere in all of our media, and it has been for like 80 years. Like, how do you beat that? Everyone's too wised up as to what fascism is. You can't win. Like I said, it's the end. Dying breed. You've lost. Like, we're just way too aware of what fascism is. And then even for the people who forgot, somehow, even for the people who forgot, it's so weird that we got the Andor series. Like, I mean, Andor was like 2022, and then season 1 was like just now. So, like, that show is just so, like, it's like, sure, it's Star Wars, which might put people off, but like, it's such a well-documented delve into fascism. As someone that's like really fascinated in like how fascism comes about in society, that show is just so deep, and it just makes it better that it has a Star Wars skin, right? But like, it's so fucking good, and like, and you just see so much of it today, and it's so important that it's like made such an impact. I've seen literal actual politicians say, we have friends everywhere, which is a little bit cringy, but it's not quite Pokemon Go to the polls. It actually like has meaning and is a reference to, an anti-fascist piece of media. So I mean, it makes sense, right? If we have a future, you'll have historians looking back and they'll be looking at a picture of someone holding up a sign that says "We have friends everywhere," and they'll be like, "Okay, so there's some nuance to this. This is a reference to a very popular TV show at the time that was that had anti-fascist themes, and you see that throughout political cartoons everywhere. It's nothing new. Just because it's modern, it can seem a bit cringy in the moment, but it literally does mean something." So it's really big that a show like that came out at a time like this. I think that's very important because if a lot of people just can't help but see similarities, and I'm not saying that we're Gorman yet, because that's what MAGA wants to say. They're like, oh, you're overreacting, you're not on the Gorman Plaza, and it's like, no, we're not. But this is what puts you there. I mean, Star Wars is a cautionary tale in general, and Andor just kind of takes that and makes it more relatable. It's like more consumable for an adult. So, I'm not going to get too into it, but something that really sticks out to me while watching Andor was my favorite character in the entire show. Might take people by surprise. B2 Emo, I'm kidding. He's cute, but no. My favorite character is actually Cyril Karn. And Cyril Karn in the show is this everyday young male, probably around my age. He's probably like in his late 20s, early 30s. But he's this young male, very insecure in himself and maybe a little bit nerdy. He's got action figures, and he's just feeling this pressure to be something, to like help. I don't really know if help is really. I don't think he's really particularly a helpful person, but he's a dutiful person. He's a very like order driven person. He wants to be useful because he wants to mean something to someone. He's had a rough life, and that just sucks him into fascism. Like we love making characters that are like, I'm a racist and therefore I joined the bad guys or something like that. And it's just kind of like, no, this guy is just a ordinary guy, and he just gets pulled into something that looks great to him, but like, because he just does not see on his level what he's working for, like he's just working on these lower levels, and obviously like on the higher levels things are just mad. So this is really reductive, but when I am generally like studying aspects of fascism, I tend to kind of boil it down to two things. You've got the orderlies and you've got the insane. Those are the two general key figures when you're discussing fascism. The insane are kind of at the top of everything, right? The insane don't necessarily want order, they want power, right? The orderlies are really important because the orderlies are the people who believe in the insane because they believe the insane are bringing a form of order. The insane just have to basically recontextualize everything they want as order, right? So it's like, the insane are like, hey, yeah, so obviously like they're completely mad and I'm just saying not necessarily in this real life US government case. But let's just say like they're just complete, like, total racist Nazis, right? Just, I mean, in general, just take the Nazis. And they'll be like, yeah, okay, so we are absolutely insanely racist, but you're not really gonna get everyone by being racist. What you need to do is you need to say, like, yeah, these people, this certain group of people, they are your problem. They are destroying everything, right? And so suddenly the orderlies come out, they poke their heads out, and they're like, wait. So once we deal with these people, there's going to be order. And the insane are like, fuck yeah, man. And so the orderlies are like, okay, well, we'll handle the grunt work. We'll handle the organization. We'll handle all these little tiny things to make it work. And from their level, they might not see Nazi. They might not see all the trouble that is brewing at first, but eventually it reaches a fever pitch. Eventually it reaches a point. And at that point, for many people, it's too late. The scene, he stops kind of just sad because he does realize he's being used, but it's already too late. That's why I like him. I mean, no one's. I mean, how many people are here? I mean, I guess I'll kind of like. I guess these are some spoilers, but like that's why I like him, because like it just added so much nuance to his character. Yes, it was too late, but I admire him for snapping, because it would have been so easy to just not snap. He doesn't, in my opinion, he doesn't get enough credit for that. Like, everyone just calls him a baby. Everyone just says he's like a whiny bitch or whatever. But like, he literally gave up everything. Like, yeah, it was too late. But from his perspective, is that really too hard to believe? Like, from his perspective, he was being fooled, but he never had the evil in his heart. He just wanted to do a job. And when he realized that he wasn't doing that job, he wasn't being the orderly, but instead he was being the insane, that's when he snapped. So that's what I like about him. That's why he's my favorite character. And honestly, I don't see him as a hero, but I see him as a cautionary tale and someone that I have to admire for that, because I think that I mean, you can see it in real life how hard it is for some people to just do what he did and just turn their back. You know? In real life, people just don't do that because they're fucking scared. Like, but he literally, like, people can't do that, but he did it, and I admire him for that. And yeah, he is a tragedy. Absolutely a tragedy. And that's how it works in real life. The orderly get used. They get thrown away. Think about all the people that Trump fired during his first term because they just didn't, like, Scaramucci was around for like a week. Picked him up, used him, didn't really like him, tossed him out. It's just that's how fascism works, because fascism is constantly trying to seek a form of perfection that it just cannot achieve, and it never ever stops. There's always going to be someone that the only place it stops is maybe at the very, 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 very ultra top, right? It reminds me of this clip I saw of one of the Wolfenstein games. It was one of the newer ones. I forget how many there are, but it was a clip of the KKK being bullied by a Nazi soldier, because the KKK, like, they support the Nazis, but suddenly the Nazis are like, you're not being Nazi enough, right? So even the KKK was just not enough for the Nazis. And so they're being bullied, you know, by this Nazi soldier because they're just like not being ultra hyper patriotic enough for the Nazi regime. And it just goes to show, it just never stops. That's the thing about fascism. I mean, that's just how it goes. There's always going to be someone that you just is not good enough, and you get used and you get removed, and it never stops. And that's where we are right now. I mean, people are like, I mean, like, as soon as someone like a high tier Republican tells Trump to fuck off, as soon as they finally give up and they're like, no, I'm not supporting you anymore, he goes after them. Sometimes he might try to sue them, right? It's like, I'll sue you for all you got. It's just like, there's never a point where you actually have real respect. There's no honor. There's no love. It's all just power. And at what point do we just learn that we can't live that way? Like, everyone's being affected, and on all
Mornus,
tiers.
Am I right? Is it Mornus? I don't know what it is.
When was the last time someone referenced Morndus? And no, it is actually, well, it's not Fredus anymore, I guess. Anyway, I didn't do like politics all week, pretty much, almost, I guess. I spent most of my week trying to stay away from it. Maybe a little bit of a mental vacation, but I think that was that was me kind of getting out of it for a bit.
Building up staff. Good thinking.
I mean, I'm not even at risk, you know. I'm good. Literally, like, almost none of this affects me except for maybe the prices of everything, right? I'm in a good place. But like, so many people aren't, and it's like this is it's the American struggle. I mean, it's always been the American struggle. That I think we can take heart in the fact that this is going horribly for them. It is just like, and I know people are thinking, well, where has that gotten us before? I get that, but I think it's not going up for them. It's like, things are not going up. They're consistently going down. Maybe it's slow. Maybe it's slower than we want it to be. And not all of us can afford the luxury of time. And I know that, and it does make me sad. But literally, it's better than nothing. You've done a good job of just burying yourself in writing. I actually drew a thing. I drew a thing this week. Hooray! But yeah, I don't know. Like, I try to get my mind in like the MAGA mindset, and I also visit their spaces because I want to kind of get the general vibe on not how MAGA is reacting around liberals, because that's nothing but a bunch of trolling, right? I mean, like, they love to troll. So instead, I want to see how MAGA is reacting with themselves, right? I want to see how they're talking to themselves and not to a bunch of liberals, because you just get a bunch of skewed trolling and stuff. It's really not that much different, though, you know? Like, I've just been watching them, and I'm just like, they're just being manipulated, and it doesn't help that they're just not very smart at all, and they're also oftentimes very racist, and a lot of different kinds of phobic, and you kind of feel bad to a certain degree. Part of me wonders if, like, I ended up going on that mission trip and I came back in 2015, if I, like, where would I be right now? You know? Like, a lot of people, loads of people were pulled into politics in 2015 and 16, and even more are being pulled into politics now, like young folk. If I had come back from my mission trip in 2015, like, that would have been prime time for me to just get really hyper indoctrinated, because I had my character arc in 2010. Yeah, I had my like learning experience in 2010, which is before all of this drama happened. And it was a very chaotic time for me, and I had a lot of learning to do, and like I don't think I would have had time for that. I think it very well would have been possible that I would be one of these people if I just had a different life. So, I mean, I don't know, but I don't feel as sad as I probably should. I feel more angry. But I don't think there's as many of them as there used to be. I think they had their time. Anger is an appropriate response. Yeah, I'm very angry. And I kind of wear it on my sleeve. But, like, I don't know anyone in my real life who's a Trump supporter, aside from, like, really old people. And really old people see Trump so differently because, one, they're old. You know, they're old, they just don't know, they just don't engage in the world the same way as, like, a young person. And they'll dismiss it as being young and feisty, but in reality, like, old people are very easily swayed, you know, and you especially like in this age of AI, like they'll believe anything. So you know that it's like, can I judge you the same as like someone my age who's MAGA? Because I don't know anyone my age who's MAGA. I literally, like, granted I don't like get out too much, but I just don't. And you know, I'm in Texas too. Granted, I'm in a city. I don't really think it's that ultra popular. I mean, like, you should have seen the No Kings rally in my city. It was huge. I saw a picture. It was massive. I kind of wish I was down there. So, like, and that's here in Texas, you know. So I don't know anyone my age, or even close to my age, who's MAGA. I definitely think it's just going downhill. Only recently have I realized you're angry all the time about politics. You hate how it makes you feel. Well, again, might I suggest? Yeah, I mean, like, if you watch any political source, might I suggest just Heather Cox Richardson should be, honestly, just probably the only political source you should be listening to. I know, I mean, like, that sounds a little bit echo chambery, but I listen to a lot of sources, and she's definitely the one that I just keep going to, because, like, she's a very hopeful person, and she's very relaxing, and puts in is not interested in clickbait, and just says things like as it is, even if they're just purely good. She's just like, this is, it's a good thing. So I think she's just, I mean, if you're just gonna like put on a if you're ever going to just put on anything political, which I doubt you do, I think I just highly recommend her. I mean, like, historians are the best. Like, they just know so much, following social patterns, and just understanding, like, so many things that these politicians just don't understand. Like, she mixes the two. She understands history and politics, political history. Just, you can just see so many patterns and things like that, how people behave, and she uses that. I don't talk to like anyone all day. Literally, I listen to podcasts and let's plays and stuff all day. I literally don't talk to anyone. So, like, when it comes to a topic like this, I can just chat for hours and hours, because I just go like an entire week without speaking to anybody. Hey.
So, you prefer a story with wanton violence over a complicated and intensely intimate connection. Is that what I'm hearing?
Stop making me sound like some kind of brute. You know that's not what this is about.
I actually think it makes you sound quite dashing, Dolph.
Are they like a bunch of writers? Also, this is actually a Breton with the name Victor. I don't think I've ever seen a Breton with the name Victor before, but I named Trivia Knight's name is Victor. I think it's spelled this way. I named him Victor Doward. I don't think I've ever seen a Breton named Victor like that before. I could have sworn I made it up. That's wild. Like, did I understand Breton naming stylization so well that I made up a Breton name before it was a Breton name? Maybe I'm wrong. His last name seems very, I guess his last name does seem Breton as well, because it's like Darien, but Varian. But you do work in retail. You see the damage and it angers you? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry about that. I am very sorry about that. No, I shouldn't walk away. What if they despawn or something? I was gonna grab that resource.
When I get out of here, I'm making a song called Dolphin the Dullard. I paid for the passage all the way here, and he's threatening me over my lyrics? Oh, that's pirates for you.
What?
I was inspired enough by Dullard and his crew to write an epic poem
Mature
based
names.
on their adventures. While doing a reading just now, he felt the need to interrupt and take issues with my creative liberties regarding his selection of bedfellows. I don't have to explain my creative choices just because someone takes issue with them. Oh, he says he slayed a sea sload. I said he laid a sea sload.
Whoa!
Well, the truth is that both claims are fiction. I'm not hurting anyone. It's more interesting this way.
If I ask him who he is, he's just gonna get offended. I can tell. This is the kind of guy that believes he's like known the sea over or something, but okay.
I'm Victor Varian, bard, poet, songwriter, storyteller. It's funny, I thought you were going to say you recognized me. I get that so much more often. back on the mainland anyway.
Okay, so he is a little bit full of himself. It's a stereotypical bard. He doesn't look like Maddie.
Looking for inspiration. I heard all about the goings-on here, and I tried to get here as fast as I could.
Look at his bling in the back.
Stuff happened without me here to witness. I'm trying to get what information I can so the trip isn't a total loss.
Okay, well, I'm hoping that I can get through this without someone dying, because I'm tired of people dying.
See? It's a captivating narrative choice. To those with taste.
You twist my words one more time, little man, and I'll twist off whichever one is your quill hand. A victim of mischaracterization is what I am. He's making me look like an idiot in front of my crew. I told him privately it makes no narrative sense on a lot of levels.
No narrative sense.
He starts making me look like some illiterate rube. I read. I know things about story and character. And I deserve to be heard in good faith.
That's true. I'm sorry if you're laughing. I should not laugh. I do like the contrast though. Like this guy is not a stereotypical bard. Like this guy, he's a storyteller, and he's very obviously like a swashbuckling pirate. I like him. I like this guy, Dolphin the Dolphin. That's a great name. I know things about story and character. I told them privately it makes no narrative sense.
I keep telling Dolph he should just write his own story, put whatever he wants in it. Personally, I might keep the bedded sea sload thing, but no, nobody wants to listen to old Brucius Two Shields.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why do you call him Two Shields? I only see one. Like, did he lose one? Is he the other shield? I don't know. I want to try to make a guess. Like, why is he called Two Shields? I mean, like, maybe he is the other one. That's why he's missing an eye. Maybe, like, he like, was used as a body shield or something, and it cost him his sight or something. Like, he's blind now. So maybe he's the other shield.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to
Dang
tell
it.
some stranger where I keep my second shield. Nice try.
He's called Two Shields because he owns two shields. He just has one, like an extra shield somewhere. Okay. The Denny the swimmer.
I do think Dolph's got a point that him bedding a sea slode makes sense with the rest of Victor's story. There's no way he could hold his breath long enough.
Oh lord.
Me, on the other hand, I wouldn't have a problem. I do think Dolph...
When I get
Okay, so if I ask him, like, am I gonna get more dialogue if I do ask him? If I say I've never heard of you.
And I've never heard of you. So, I guess we have that in common.
Okay. Well, I guess you're not on Twitter. That's all I have to say about that. I love these guys. And look, it's a fun side road interaction, and no one has to get brutally slaughtered. Isn't that nice? Oh, hold on. This is drummed up, but as someone who's in the writing room with your own projects and others, it's very accurate to how writing rooms work. I used to write a bunch. I used to write so much that back in school when I was taking a typing class, I refused to do the typing lessons, and instead I decided to just teach myself to type by writing my own stories, because I was actually motivated to start typing by writing my own stories. So I learned to type because I wanted to write instead of, like, because I didn't want to do the lessons. I have no idea why I was so rebellious. Ah, shit. Dang it, did I just kill Sloth? Fuck. Dang it, I killed the Sloth. It was just a stray bolt. God damn it. Like, I wasn't even looking at the guy. It's not fair. I wasn't even looking at the Sloth. that's how you did it, but typing classes did teach you about proper hand placement. I probably learned a thing or two from those lessons before I decided to start going on my own. I definitely didn't start out that way, but it was a long time ago. Over 15 years at this point. Oh. I'm really glad I got that dentist appointment out of the way. I know I've had a lot of dentist appointments lately, but it's mostly because I got dental insurance. And so I've kind of been on the... I've been trying to get like a lot of stuff done that I couldn't have done when I was younger, because it's like, you know, making mistakes when you're younger, you pay for them in the modern day, and I paid a lot. Today, I expected to pay a lot more today. I paid like 100 something for like 3 fillings. Bill betting the slow thing is funny because you've been in chats with other writers where the topic of romantic endeavors are brought up. I mean, isn't that like a core part of writing? I mean, like, I would think it'd be quite often, like quite common. Dang it. It's very often, yeah. Yeah, people can't really help themselves. Now I'm wondering if I should do Overwatch, because man, I stayed a long time. If I played, I would probably be by myself. Rocks. Like, I don't think Minty is up. Some pretty cool rocks. I probably can't even put them down. Nope, can't put down the rocks. I knew it. I just don't have enough space. Okay, well, I do know that I will be doing the UESP stream. I don't know what I'm going to be doing during the UESP stream, but I want to do it. That'll probably be like 5 p.m. Central Time. Not really sure what I'm going to be doing, but I probably want to do some ESO. Oh shit, I forgot my tickets. Crap. Crap, 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 crap. Come on. Dang it. No one. Ah, fine, whatever. What time is it? 3:20. I have like less than half an hour, or I have a little over half an hour. I should be able to get done. Okay. Right when I gone to get a picture of this character, someone else just shows up. There we go. I'm gonna be saving the new.
Wood elf immigrants to
It's a little bit too long.
Wood elf immigrants.
Didn't mean to take a potion. God damn it.
Wood elf immigrants to.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to do it. I totally forgot what I was saying. Just left my brain. Oh yeah, I haven't done the new quest yet because I'm saving it for when I play with the family. So, not yet.
Where are you taking me?
Okay, share the joy of mud balls in Skywatch. Muddy skeleton. I can't attack innocents. That's why. We have to. The skeleton's throwing mud at me. Nope, he threw mud at the guy behind me. You don't have eyes, so you can't. You can't aim. Why can't I do it again? Three. I can't throw mud at the dog, can I? There's like no one here. Like what gives? It's a Friday night. Where's everybody? Come on. Got him. Almost halfway. I have prevent attacking innocents on, so I cannot just toss the mud at the innocent. Oh,
Mushy stuff.
no, sorry. Yeah, I'd like to talk to you about mud. Sorry about this. They're hiding behind the person. Are they going to stab her or steal from her? Now I'm gonna get stabbed. Okay, so now I just need to get the ambassadors.
I always find myself in a better mood after a meal.
I could also mudball Iren, but
Please, is that really necessary?
I should have let rigor.
I actually got two, but I can't get this guy. Is that your name? Oh, never mind. That's this guy, Mr. Callous Hands.
What is this? Control your people, Kamor.
Control your people, Kamar. I'm gonna be paying for this, but no, god damn it, I can't bring myself to do it. I'm such a cheapskate. I mean, like, it's just like, I don't know, like, even... anything over 200, I can't do. I mean, I can do it, but I won't. Clouds alone literally has almost 23 million gold on this person, so...
Windtown seeks folks from all over for
I am only a
a festival.
I'd say that was, oh, wait, I already got the arm cops? Well, I guess I could give this to someone. Kinda wish things like the disposable knives and the mud balls you could sell. But... there we go, then. What am I at, ticket-wise? Ticket-wise, I am 7 out of 12. I won't even be full tomorrow. Or, I guess, later today. It resets in 32 minutes. I was so smart to do that last second. Smartest guy on earth. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Leaf. It's appreciated. Sorry I didn't see you there. I didn't see your message. Thank you for stopping by. I'm gonna raid off soon anyway. What, there are drops on? God damn it. I don't have anyone that's playing ESO. Blah. I mean, like... good luck on the Christmas shopping, by the way. I am going to raid us to... honestly, I might just do, I might just do Streamer Zoo because it's pretty small. So... thank you guys so much for being here. I was going to say for the ESO portion of the stream, but yeah. I will probably be live on the UESP channel around 5 p.m. Central Time. Might just be doing some ESO, and then I will be live on my own channel at around 8 p.m. probably. And I will be doing... probably starting with VR chat, then moving on to ESO, finishing up the Solstice main story, and then... Baldur's Gate, and then maybe Overwatch after that. Sunday should probably be a 7 p.m. start, and we're gonna probably... maybe we're gonna do Minecraft, and then we will do, like, ESO, and then Overwatch. So, yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Bye.